What's good, y'all? How y'all doing? What is good? How's everybody doing out there? Let me just check my volume and stuff. Let me know in the chat if you guys can hear me. So make sure everything is cool before we get started. You know I'm sizzling. All right. Looks like it's good. How's everybody doing tonight, man? We are back to paint some Skaven. I'm actually gonna probably put together a few of these before I do any painting, but the last time I was painting, I was working on this guy right here. So he was a project that I started and then kind of like fell by the wayside because I haven't been able to, I haven't really like decided on a paint scheme that I really want to go with for him yet. So it's kind of just like little tidbits. Like these rats will probably be white. All of them will be white just because the albino rat thing is just cool. But this one was in like the beginner stages of just me messing around. So I'm gonna continue painting it, and of course I'm gonna do like the wear and tear on the leather straps and all that. So it's got a lot more work that needs to be done. That model in particular though has like a lot more detail than I thought it would. So, but yeah, I'm gonna start messing with a couple of these paints, and I got my wet palette right here that I'm gotta kind of clean it up. It's been a minute since I painted on it, but you know how it is, man. You know how it is. And then yeah, man, just messing around with Skaven. I'm trying to get a list built for I'm gonna get a list built for the Moldar clan and probably Escher or Eschen, my bad. Totally butchering names here. But yeah. Should be a lot of fun. I don't know why my buttons ain't working, man. I don't know what's going on here. But anyways, that's not here nor there. Last time we were working on some stuff, I was just making a lot of these assassins because Games Workshop models are just horrible for these collections. So I 3D printed a bunch of these off. I have a bunch of rats and stuff that I 3D printed. I got to show you this real quick. This one's really dope. Just a little bit of cool stuff, you know. So it's been a while since I, threw some prints on the printer, but before I went on vacation, I like printed off a bunch of cool stuff, and this is kind of the fruits of the labor here. So this guy is like, I'll have to zoom in on these because they're kind of, this is another one of the same what is it, arch villain ogre that you seen here. He's a little smaller, but he's holding like a big ass like battering ram, and it's got a blade on the end of it. Pretty cool, but I'm using these as like rat ogres because their range is pretty impressive. I like some of their prints and stuff, so I think it's pretty cool. I like a lot of their sculpts are really nice, and yeah, so I'll probably be, just messing around with some of these guys, painting them up here and there. But yeah, so I printed some of these Vermintide as well, or Storm Vermin, tripping. Printed some Storm Vermin from E-Man G. These are not the official Games Workshop. These are created by a creator from Cults 3D. Check out some of his stuff. He's got really good quality work. And all his prints are free. So, some of these supports need to still be like cleaned off of here, but for the most part, I just ripped them off. The supports, but yeah, as you can see, they're pretty good quality. I think I got like 10 of those, maybe 20 that I printed for a list. I think I got 10. And then I printed this bad boy, which is the it's gonna have to be primed and cleaned up a little bit. But this is a, weapons team. It's basically like a mortar team, and it's cool because it's got the flame that literally is attached to it. This one on a base is gonna be kind of weird because, I'm gonna have to do something with that flame, but the way it's all connected, it's really cool. The backpack that he's got on his backpack, or backpack that he's got on his back, the backpack that he's got on his back is a pretty cool little device there, and he's spewing out filth to the field. They're wearing their little goggles and stuff. So like I said, if you guys have not checked out E-Man G, man, he's got some really awesome sculpts. Definitely rate him 5 stars and check out his prints, man, because he's got some amazing sculpts, and I cannot wait to paint this one. Throw it on a base. If it was on a base, it'd probably just be like that, and of course the fire might get in the way of you piling in, but you could turn it backwards, turn it sideways, still the same deal. So yep, those are basically the Storm Vermin, the mortar team that I got. I got some rat ogres that I'm gonna be working on. And yeah, man, it's a good day. I think it'll be a fun little project. Take on. You know what I'm sizzling. But yep, other than that, I'm going to see what I can put together here, because I want to start constructing some of these rats. So yeah, man. Skaven lore is pretty cool, man. If you kind of get into the lore, they got some pretty interesting stuff going on with the Skaven stuff. And I have like all these bodies here that need to be constructed, I have pretty much the weapon palette is all the same. They're sporting, either a long knife, like a long sword in one hand and a long knife in the other hand, kind of like, ninja / rogue style. But this is like Eshin clan, so they're all like ninja rats. Some of them will have the shredder claw, and some of them will have the what do they call this thing? The baton or whatever. They'll have like the baton, which is basically a blade. But this is resin warfare is where these miniatures come from, and they're pretty dope sculpts. I like them a lot. So yeah, my list, I could pull my list up and let you look at the list of like basically what I'm trying to do, but it's man, what is that list? I could look it up really quick, but it's basically like, I think I'm going with like 10. Let me look it up real quick. I think I'm going with 10 ninjas. Like, what's up, Jade? How you doing? You just missed my cool miniature I showed off here on the chat, man. You're late. You're late. Just kidding. Yeah, so let me see. I'm trying to look up this Skaven list that I'm playing with so people can see what I'm running. So there's a Skaven list where you're running these ninjas with, you know, maximum efficiency. Like half of your army is like ninjas, you know what I'm saying? Like ninja rats. So these guys, they all have a blade on their tail. You can't really see because of the black resin, but they have ninja stars on their fur. And they all have the same style that I 3D printed, which is a sword in one hand, knife in the other hand. They all have masks, pretty much. Some of them don't have helmets. Other ones have like a leather, like a cowl or whatever. You could barely hear me. Oh, my bad. Can you hear me now? How about now? How about now? How about now? I can move my microphone. Hold on 1 second. It might just be my mic, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, anyways, so basically what I'm saying here is, like, these rats pretty much have, like, you know, they pretty much have, you know, all these blades and swords, you know, in one hand. How about now? Better? So yeah, they have the swords, the blades, and the list that I was playing was 3 10-man groups of gutter runners, which are basically these. You have 2 more sets of reinforced, so it'd be like 2 units of 20. You have the Skittershanks Claw Pack, which is like a group of assassins that are like kind of like leaders in your squad. And you have Knotholes. You have Slink Skittershank, which is like basically a hero. The Vermin Lord Deceiver and the Death Master. I did 3D print a Death Master. Hold on 1 second. Let me show you this really fast, because this is what I showed off. I have a mortar team on my other list, but these guys, I 3D printed this mortar team, and you know, these rats are awesome. Like, they're all about like spreading like pestilence, and they pretty much, the lore is pretty cool because their whole goal is to like hide within other like teams of rats. So whenever you're on the field and you're playing with these guys, they pretty much hide in your 10-man units or your 20-man units, pretty much any size. And at any time in the movement phase, you can just pop them out behind, like, on the side of your unit. And they pretty much just go to town. You know, I forget what their range is. But it's a good little, like, hidden shooting unit that you, like, the opponent can, like, expect to get hit in the face with, like, some pestilence. Instead of just charging your unit and killing off all your rats. They'll think twice if they know you have like a hidden mortar team. So doesn't mean that they won't still wipe it, because, you know, Skaven are very weak. You know, they're not very strong rats, but they're a horde army, so lots of rats, you know, make up for their weaknesses and things like that. But yeah, let me show you a couple of these assassin rats. You know what I'm saying? Because I got a couple of these assassin rats. But yeah, so I 3D printed this base, which is basically like a sewer base that they can sit on, for the assassin rat. And then this guy actually pretty much just has, the Death Master has had a model come out not too long ago. And, you know, he's an assassin rat. He's like the badass that like ties people up for extortion and like can get you to like not say anything, and if you do, he'll like show up and kill you. Like they're like master assassin rats. Tail always has a blade. Pretty dope. So can't wait to paint him. He's one of my heroes. He pretty much can get anywhere all over the board. He hits like a truck. And you know, these little teleporting rats are ridiculous. Like they can kind of hide amongst people like in the crowds and stuff. The new book is pretty dope. It's like a lot of these rats I could have just like I can get them from GW, but Mammoth Games came out with some really cool sculpts, and I was like, man, I'm about to print these because these are sick. So I have a whole list. So that was not my list. The other list I told you has a lot of gutter runners, which are these little tiny rats. And you kind of just spam the board with a bunch of those rats. But then the list that I'm running is a little bit different in the sense that you're running a behemoth. So I have a big Hell Pit Abomination. I have, I think, what is it? Can't count. 25 rats. So I'll have 25 of these little guys. I'll have 4 rat ogres. The rat ogres I showed earlier, which is basically, you know, the rat ogres. I have 4 of these guys. They have pistols and they have clubs. So they're good at like long range, but then when they get in close, they hit like a truck. I'll have 1 warp fire thrower, which is this guy, you know, the guy I just showed with the mortar. And then this is all 2,000 points. And then I'll have that assassin rat you just saw, a master molder engineer, you know, to get the rat ogres to do their little charges. And then a few storm vermin, which are these guards with they all have like long pole arms. You get like a unit of 10 of those. And then that's when your warp fire thrower can hide inside of those guards. And so pretty much the rats and stuff are cool. The little assassin rats, because they throw ninja stars too as well. So everything in your army has a shooting phase where they throw ninja stars. And all those ninja stars added up, plus all of your bosses throwing ninja stars. Then you have a mortar team, and you have a big ass Hell Pit Abomination that's on your field. So it gets pretty devastating. Like if you know, decide to charge them or anything like that. First of all, you know, 1 point is going to definitely go to the Hell Pit. So, you know, they would either have to waste resources on him while your rats go around just like kind of sniping people. If they get charged, then you kind of just teleport your rats all over the board and kind of have them deal with all your threats and stuff. But yeah, it's a pretty boss list, man. I hear a lot of good things about it. It isn't the strongest list. Here's my big rat boy. Yeah, there's a lot to Warhammer. Yeah, a lot more. Yeah, the list can get complicated, but the thing about it is, it's just like anything. I honestly think D&D is just as complicated as Warhammer. Like literally, D&D is actually probably more complicated than Warhammer in a lot of ways. Well, not 40K. 40K has a lot more rules than Age of Sigmar. I'm talking about Age of Sigmar, which is the fantasy battles and things like that. This is my big rat boy, Master Splinter. You know, he's basically a ghost rat because he doesn't have any legs. So this one's cool because since I play Night Haunt and I play the ghosts, I printed this ghost rat because this is pretty cool because it seems like his lore for like my army is basically gonna assume that he is dead. So even though he's an assassin that comes back, his ghost still haunts people, and he comes back to like teach lessons to like the ninja rats, you know, that he still has in his clan even though he's dead. So I'll have like my own personal lore to like my army whenever I build it. But this is my big boy rat. He's pretty cool. I have a whole base for him that I'm gonna paint. So trust me when I say I'm gonna get my list going here. It's gonna be a lot. So I don't think it'll take too long to paint up or anything like that. But there's gonna be a lot of airbrush involved. So I'll tell you that. Just getting the basic sprays of all these will definitely be like one of my first tasks. So, I printed all this stuff like months ago. It's been sitting on my table for a very long time, and I have a lot to paint. Like I have this orc biker that I need to paint. This model is absolutely freaking ridiculous. It comes with a little side guy that's in this little trike, and he's basically got a pistol and shooting people while he's on the side, which is pretty lit. And that's gonna go in my Auric army. I need to get a couple more like bikers and stuff like that, but I have most of my bikers riding pigs because it's like a tribal army. It isn't it's not like an army where it's like the traditional 40k where they all have machines and things, but they're all gonna be like going back to the essence of being tribal, and some of them have guns. A lot of them still like to use a haka and hack people, but they turn their squigs into, they have their squigs as machines too. Like their squigs have like machine legs with like motors and stuff like that, so they're still like into technology, but for the most part they're like still primitive. Like they still like to hunt in the woods, and a lot of them don't like using vehicles and things like that. So anywho, it's just cool little stuff, man. Like I like building war bands because I think it's fun, and when you have a little story to tell behind them, it's usually pretty fun. So I'm just gonna put together a couple of these guys, and then I'm gonna paint some of this stuff as well. Probably work on this rat ogre over here, but I have like 4 rat ogres to paint up, which will be cool. It'll be like a little... The rat ogres probably won't take that long, but it'll be one of those projects where I'll probably do like each unit in a day, kind of like get it done. Is this the right arm or the left arm? I don't know if this is the... This has got to be... Where's the thumb? This stuff that I printed with is kind of hard to see sometimes because it's in black. It's in smoky black, and so some of the some of the details are kind of hard to see when you're trying to like put together all of their stuff. But it's you said absolutely, the more immersive, the better the experience. Yeah, man. I was going to show you guys that too, even for D&D. What's up, y'all? Welcome to the stream. For the D&D stuff that we were going to do, I had like a hunter that I created like some time ago. And that hunter that I built, I never got to use because my friends that were playing it ended up creating like this immaculate story. And then like literally all of them just quit playing. But yeah, I think I've been reading posts with some of my friends, and I think he was going through some personal things in his life, and yeah, so that stuff happens. But I have this like awesome character just sitting around. He's actually a hunter, and I have the story I can post. It's pretty dope. But yeah, man, it's like I was like really into it. Like when he told me about the D&D campaign, I was like, this is gonna be insane in the membrane, because he had like this whole map drawn out of all his stuff, and then I saw the map, and he put the map on a projector, and I was like, holy Toledo, like this boy has continents with all the different stuff in it, and it was just crazy. So I had my own area. And what was crazy about your story, when you developed the story, he basically didn't want anybody to have say about where they come from. It was like 6 locations, and you had to pretty much, depending on your class, pick a location, and you had to write a story for that location. He would give you like brief, a brief summary of like what was in the location, and you had to come up with your own story, which was like
to me, I love that kind of stuff because it gives you the freedom, but then you still have an area of like what you want to talk about. So, but yeah, my other DM is pretty nice too. He's the best DM in the world. If you're watching this, because I know he's gonna come in here and be like, I better be the best DM. But yeah, shout out to Christian. Christian's a really good DM. And if his son comes in here, Jake comes in here and sees this post, tell your mom and dad I want to play some D&D, man. Because yeah, we had a really cool campaign. I think we left off on this like big ass like zombie. It was like a zombie giant or something we were fighting. And that thing was quite mean. Every time you slapped him, he had like some... He would have like little miniature zombies like coming out of his skin. And I'm like, dude, this guy... So like, you know, of course, you could see the DM's eyes. Anytime we hit him, he's like super duper happy. You know, like... Yeah, go ahead and hit them and spawn an extra 5 to 10 zombies that you now have to deal with. That's cool. And then it was funny because we just didn't catch wind of it until we're like, wait a minute, this is not good for us. And so we just like, you know, asked him a little bit, you know, like I guess we rolled, what is it, like perception or something, or knowledge. You can roll and see and ask a question. And so someone had like really high like intellect or knowledge and rolled to like get some information about it. And he was like, yeah, you know, in the monsters manual they have like these zombie giants. And I was like, oh shit, yeah, perception or intellect, yeah. Yeah. And I was just like, oh, so he's doing this on purpose. And so like it was like once we caught wind of it, we're just like, wow, like this is, you know. So it was just like one of those funny things. Like the only way we could really like deal with him is kind of, oh no, the only way we could deal with him is just kind of like not fighting him and like hitting other vital points that wouldn't spawn zombies. So it was a good time. But yeah, there's nothing like playing a warlock and killing a boss that you're fighting with hellish rebuke and putting a shield on and them slapping you and killing themselves, you know, but with the last hit. That's always fun. But yeah, you know, I like all classes. I think, you know, I would want to play like a monk or something because they're kind of busted. You know, but monks on any game are pretty busted. And I just think it'd be a lot of fun because they get a lot of multiple hits and agility and crits and all kinds of crazy, you know, like monks are just, they're just insane, dude. Like, I don't know what other way to really put it, but they're just not, they're not like a class that you're gonna struggle with, really. Like, but yeah, you know, I think, I don't know, I forgot who was playing monk, but I think it was probably Jake. No, Jake was warrior, and then I think his one of the family's uncle's sons was playing a monk. And I mean, this guy was just ridiculous. Like, you put a hunter and a monk right next to each other and it's just dangerous, like, because you have so much rage build up, and then you have the monk just absolutely doing whatever he feels like it. And every time he gets a kill, it's like, how you want to do this? Oh, I would like to run up the wall, hit a backflip, you know, kick this dude in his jaw, like split his skull. Like, okay, great. You can do that just because you have high enough everything, and you just, you know, it's hilarious. It's just, it's absolutely crazy. But, you know, every time I go to play, I always, like, don't play the class that I really should be trying out. Like, I want to try Wizard because I like spell casting. I think it's fun. But I also know they're really fragile. But Warlock just has so many good... I keep playing Warlock because Warlock just has so many ways of getting out of crap. Like, you use, like, Dimension Door or any, you know, any of these like great spells where you can just get out of trouble. You know, you can teleport 30 feet, you know, like away from somebody and get out of trouble. Just all kinds of crazy, you know, it's insane. But I really like the flexibility, but I would just, you know, I get tired of throwing, what is it, what's that spell all warlocks use, the, you know, the spell, the main spell that they have. And fireball is just dangerous. Even though I have a really strong fireball, it's like I really can't throw it because everyone's always standing around when you want to throw a fireball. So it's like, yeah, I'm just going to burn everyone alive. But I'll get to hit that enemy, though, you know. Eldritch Blast. Yeah, I was like, I always forget the E-Blast. But yeah, you know, E-Blast hits like a truck. Once you get like extra, you get extra Eldritch Blast, and you get the extra little rays of blasts. It starts to get really ridiculous. But yep, it's fun. D&D is a good time. Hopefully, you know, we can get a campaign going. I'm gonna have to DM Rev and be like, get off your butt so we can play some D&D, man. But yeah, it's always a good time. It's like one of those things where you gotta just dedicate some time to playing because everyone's just busy. Oh my god. Sorry, my wife was just telling me some stuff about a client of mine. Hilarious. So anyways, yeah. It would be awesome if we can. If he isn't able to DM, I am super happy to. Yeah, that would be tight. We need to talk to Rev because I don't know. I know he's probably been busy, and everybody's busy all the time. But it would just be cool. It would be cool to get that going sometime because I really like D&D. And also just doing it to keep the you know, the noodle sharp, because when you don't play for so many, you know, for a long time, you start to get like, you know, it's like D&D fever where you like forget stuff. Maybe not if you play a lot, but I know I do. I'd be forgetting all kinds of rules and crap. I just got the digital versions of some of the books because I want to eventually switch to tablet, so I don't have to you know, so I don't have to carry around books all the time. I want to switch to digital so I can just reference everything with a tablet. Said, though, I am really, really excited about his idea for the one-shots. Yeah, no, he's got some awesome ideas. I think he would DM it very well. Especially since it's his own brainchild. It'll be a lot more fun if he comes up with all the stuff. And but yeah, man, I get back in the game and it's like the first session I'm like, so what do I roll if I do this? Or if this happens, can I do this? And they're like, no, you can't do that. And I'm like, oh shit, I forgot. But that's what happens, man, with any game. Warhammer's the same way. So if I decide to go to if I decide to go to Adepticon this year, I'll definitely want to have a new army painted up before then. And if I can get an army painted up by then, I will have a way to transport it and probably participate in the tournament. But yeah, it's either going to be Slaanesh or an army with speed, because I don't know. I might take Skaven. It just depends. Man, this thing does not want to stick. It's like, no, we're not doing this tonight. It's not doing it. but we will prevail. They can kiss my butt. These miniatures have been like cleaned and everything. There should be no reason for glue not sticking at all. But I have a little fan going too, so you know, heat is always good for glue, and it ain't no good. It ain't no good. But yeah, I'm pretty excited, man. I painted up what did I paint up last? Hold on 1 second. I'll get you my miniature, cuz I'm kind of proud of this one. Hold on 1 second.
How you buried alive? Okay, so I got this one, and my boatman that I painted for my Ghost Army, my Night Haunt. So the base got kind of messed up. If you notice the green booger nasty water stuff that's on the bottom, I put like custom boards and shit. Like there's tombstones and all kind of random, you know, dead stuff. But I did cut out some cardboard, or no, foam. I used foam and grit and rocks, and I airbrushed the rock, dry brushed it, did all the jazz, put the, you know, like the little, you know, I put the skulls on there. All the skulls are added on by me. This guy does not come on a regular base. Like, he's low to the ground, so he got elevated on this because I wanted the boat to look like he was really flying. And I took this Warhammer model and just like made him the same colors of my army, because my army is green and purple, and airbrushed a lot of it, you know, did a lot of brush painting too as well. I had to like carve with a drill like in here where all the other like skulls and stuff is, and like kind of take this piece of a tree, because this is like a 3D printed tree, and I just took the branch and like shoved it into the foam and glued it down, and just like used like some sealer on it, painted that with a brush, and then just airbrushed all this like stuff. Then I took the wood and I used like this I got this paint that I love that you should absolutely get if you like wood, that makes wood just like stupidly easy to paint, and it makes it look disgusting. It's this this Ink Intense instant wood stuff. This shit is a game changer right here. I've only used like a couple drops of this bad boy from Scale 75. This shit will make your wood look like actual wood. Like, and it looks like decrepit, nasty, like this boat's been living 1,000 years wood. So that's why I painted it that way, because I wanted him to look nasty. But yeah, this guy, he's, you know, on the battlefield, he isn't like a rock star as far as like his damage. He does hit you with his paddle and beat the crap out of you with his paddle. It does some pretty good damage. If he rolls good on his hits to roll, I think he does like extra damage, so it can add up. But he's a teleporting miniature, so anybody that's in him, he kind of like, or near him, he goes, I said in him. Anybody that's near him, he can take them, you know, or even not near them, I think he can teleport them underground and they appear on another side of the map. So he's mainly used to just grab units and like teleport around the board just for some tactical freedom. But yeah, I have a video of this on my Instagram of me putting this together, and I'm pretty proud of it. I'm gonna take like some resin and I'm gonna pour it on the bottom of this base, and it'll be kind of up top where it'll be like clear water, and so you'll be able to look through the resin to see all the nasty green stuff below. But I haven't got to that step yet, so when I buy some resin, that's when I'll do it. But yeah, that's the boatman. His name is Arlok the Drowner, so that's his thing. His lore is pretty dark. This guy rode on a ferry boat and just would like drown the shit out of people, and
it's pretty dark lore, but he came back in the afterlife, and this is what he had to serve as. So it's pretty cool because he's got like a little box on the back of him, and these ghosts are like taking coins and putting them in there, stealing your riches. So yeah, it's pretty cool, man. It's been hanging out in my cupboard for a little while. So yeah, that's what I've been working on with the latest Night Haunt model. I have about 4,000 or 5,000 points of Night Haunt painted, so I've been painting Night Haunt probably for like the last, I'd say, probably 4 or 5 years. But yeah, it's been a fun journey, man. I like the ghosts a lot because they have a lot of, now they're with their book, they're just absolutely, they're good, man. They're a lot better, in a better spot than what they were before. But yep, I love some poltergeists, some ghosties. Halloween is coming up. I'm trying to debate if I want to dress up as Blade this year, you know. What's up, y'all? Welcome to the stream. I see y'all trickling in. Yeah, just messing with some Skaven, you know, trying to build up my little war band here. Making some drastic changes here to my list. Then I'm gonna add some different units. I might have to 3D print some more units too as well. But as of right now, the units that I have should work for my list. And then I've been kind of test playing some stuff on Steam to see if I like it. And if something just doesn't work out, or I think it's not benefiting me, I'll probably just like sell those models, or I just won't print them at all. Kind of go a different route, you know. I'm sizzling. So gotta dress up for Halloween, dude. That's what I'm saying, man. I've been wanting to dress up every Halloween when it gets here. You know, I'm like, save a couple $100, get you a bomb ass costume and a mask, and just go all out this year. Just do it. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry about it. Just get it done. And then it shows up, comes around, and I'm like, fuck. You know, like I go outside and take my kids trick-or-treating, all fucking dope costumes. I'm like, y'all just literally went to the store and bought the whole aisle 3, huh? You bought the whole aisle 3. You got the helmet. You got the whole dress fit. Like, I turn around and get scared by just random people that I didn't see coming down the freaking sidewalk. I'm like, damn, you had to spend some grip. But yeah, some guy was dressed like a whole T-Rex last year, and I'm like, bruh, how are you dressed like a whole dinosaur walking up the curb? Like, it just doesn't even make sense. So, you know, some people go all out, man. I seen a headless horseman, or a headless guy that basically had his head in his arm, like carrying it, and his shoulders were all high, and he had like, it was like a knight's outfit. It was pretty dope. I'm like, I think he painted his face white. I was like, bruh. Even the kids, I seen Michael Jackson. A kid was dressed like Michael Jackson, had the socks on, he had the glove. This other kid, this baby, was in a cart dressed like, what do you call those? Like a candy corn. But I was like, the way it looked was just like, he had a bunch of like other stuff that looked like candy corn from a bag surrounding him. And I'm like, that is the cutest thing. I'm like, your kid is totally decked out. So yeah, they go all out in my neighborhood, man. It's all military personnel, so a lot of people take their families really seriously, and our neighbors were giving out Jello shots. They were giving out Jello shots. They cook, like, they have like bonfires and cookouts. Like, my neighbor that's 2 doors down, he will straight up give you like hot dogs and drinks and all kind of shit. Like, you just help yourself. He has like a table out, and he just makes these drinks for people and stuff, and you can keep coming back. Like, he doesn't even care. He's just like, yeah, take as many hot dogs you want. I'm like, word. I didn't eat one last year because of the whole COVID thing, but I was tempted, very tempted. But yeah, you know, people should be nice like that, man. You know, like kids want to have fun. I remember when we were trick or treating, we just used to go everywhere. My dad would put us in a van, and he would just like take us to like the rich neighborhoods where people had a lot of money, and just give us like a pillowcase, and we'd come back, and the whole pillowcase filled. And he always try to hit you with that let me check that pillowcase right quick. See what you got. I'm like, nah, you ain't need to see what I got. Because you ain't getting none of these Snickers. Anybody eats my Snickers, boy, I'm on them. That's the only candy I wanted. Snickers and Reese's. Like, you can eat anything in the bag. Just don't eat my Snickers, Reese's, Paydays, and what else is good? Nerds. I mean, pretty much all of it. But you know, the Snickers was the breaking point right there. You eat my Snickers, we fighting. Like, I bet not see no little wrappers scattered around the house. Like, straight up. I mean, luckily my brothers were all 7 years apart, so we weren't really like doing none of that stuff. But it's like, end of the day, I want to see what I got, and I'm trying to eat all my stuff before I get home, or wake up the next day and still have some left over. And man, my parents would go to town, boy. But yeah, it's like every year my kids, man, they go around the neighborhood once, because we got a pretty big neighborhood with like cul-de-sacs and stuff, and they get tired, you know, on their feet. So we have to like bring some stuff, like the what do you call those little trailers and flyers to like bring them in. My son usually falls asleep. My 1-year-old will fall asleep. But yep, it's a lot of fun. I just bet not see nobody dressed up like Blade this year, because I will be mad. I got to do Blade one time. Get the black vest. Get the the black vest. I might do have my barber cut the little symbols in my head. You know what I'm saying? Do the cape, black boots. Give me a little sword. You know what I'm saying? And a blaster. Oh, you in there? You in there like swimwear. But yeah, I looked at the costume. It's gonna cost, to cosplay at least. It's gonna cost at least $200, I believe, for all the stuff. So I've already, cried about it a little bit, But it's worth it. I mean, if it's something you really like, do it. I think I'm gonna have to have these knives going backwards. It'll be so awesome though. I know. Like, I've always just wanted to get pictures, just to share pictures around, because you do it one time and then you have something to be like, look back on and be like, yeah, I did that year. Yeah. I've dressed up like some pretty cool stuff though, but nothing where it was like super calculated. They have, what is it? This place we went to in Florida that sold masks, and they had this like Velociraptor mask that I really wanted, but it was so expensive. It was like $200. But man, you could literally dress in regular clothes and walk around with just that mask, and man, you would be terrifying just around anybody. It looks so real. And I can only imagine, like, you watch that scene on Jurassic Park where you see like the Velociraptor, that guy's in the forest, and he just sees a Velociraptor peek his head through the grass, and he's like right in your face with that long snout. Oh my God, you talking about fear. That's like, I would just shit my pants right there. Like, I'm done. Like, bruh. You know, like, just imagine that. You're in the woods, and you literally just turn and see, like, a velociraptor just stick his nose right there, and, like, his eye just shifts and looks at you. Like, oh, damn. I would just freeze. I would freeze, just shit on myself, and just be like, just eat me, man. Just get it over with. Just do it, man. Because that dinosaur in the Jurassic Park movie where they had the invisible T-Rex, like, oh my God. What's up, y'all? Welcome to the stream. But yeah, just imagine a velociraptor coming through the bush, looking right at you, and just shifting that little reptile eye to look at you. Just shit your pants. Just get it over with. And let them eat you. But the invisible T-Rex, how he was all, you know, camouflaged, and then he appears right in front of those people. That's another instance. Shit your pants and just go on about your business. You know, like, all those dudes got messed up. Feel so bad. So bad. But yeah, Jurassic Park, man, it's like you jump in there, you jump in a whole cage with a dinosaur, and you think you're gonna train them, like they're gonna listen to what you say. So here's a fun fact. This is what's crazy. Dinosaurs are scary, right? But regular animals that are like endangered animals are fucking scary, right? So yeah, I would 100% try to play dead and say my last words. Yep, I'd be like, Lord, it's been a good run. Now I'm a snack, and you know, I just hope that I taste as good as this raptor thinks I taste, and that you accept me in your kingdom after I become this snack, because, you know, what did I do to deserve this, you know? And then by that time, I'll probably be gone, but it's nice to think about. But yeah, so it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Fun fact that I read today, I think it was on Facebook. It said, I think this is the definition of F around and find out, right? Right, you jumped in, and you and your little crew thought you could take on a velociraptor, so, you know, you gonna learn today. But it's just crazy, man. Like, the whole kitchen scene with those raptors, like, no way. I wouldn't even made it to the kitchen. I would have just, they're all trying to hide in the drawers and shit. I'm like, bro, you know how good his smell is? Like, he's gonna get one of y'all. And that fear alone, I wouldn't be able to get out of that room. Like, nope. Because the minute I look around the corner and I see a long snout in my face, it's over with. It's over with. And yeah, so fun fact. I was looking up today on social media, and it said that the tongue of a lion is so rough. Like, if you look at the tongue of a lion, it's literally like a jagged, I don't even know how to say it. It's like a jagged, you know, because they lick their fur. You know, they got to lick their fur. So they have to have this really rigid tongue. You know, and the tongue is like, you know, you can look at a regular cat's tongue, and her cat's tongue is just like, you know, it's really rough, you know. But a lion's tongue is absolutely retarded. They said it is so rough that if it were to lick you, just, you know, playing around, lick the back of your hand 3 to 4 times, maybe even 5 times, your hand is fucking gone. Like, your skin ain't there no more. And I was like, what? Like, I knew it was rough, but they said it's not only to lick their fur and things like that, but it's also to lick, you know, their prey, to like get the meat off the bones and things like that. It's like, it's literally rough like that for a reason, you know, for hunting purposes, which, duh, you know, it's a lion, right? Like, obviously they have everything to be a predator. But then, you know, they showed a picture of it and how it looks, and man, oh man, it's crazy just to think of how tough, you know. And they're licking babies, bruh. They're licking like their cubs and their calves with this burly ass switchblade tongue. Like, kids unaffected. You see these damn cubs, they sitting over here just getting hit like this. Mom going to town, combing the shit out of your fur. licking the shit out of you. I mean, fleas just dying instantly, just dying on your face. And it's like the kids are unaffected. Like, how, bro? How are you getting licked? Like, this is crazy. I was looking at that picture. I just stared at that picture for like 5 minutes, and I'm just like, if you get attacked by a lion, it isn't even the teeth that's really gonna really fuck you up. It's like, if he just licked you, bruh, if he was playing with you, if he tackled you on the ground and didn't bite into you, but just licked you, like, I want to be your friend, you're dead. So it's like, you can't even play around with them. Because you know animals' natural instinct, a cat and a dog, is to lick you when they like you. And then it's like, damn, you just licked my skin off. Thanks. Appreciate that. But, you know, you have all these Crocodile Dundee, you know, crazy, you know, adventurers. They gotta get in on the action, man. Or even not even those, the poachers and all these crazy. I'm like, man, you gotta be a real one to run up on a lion with a gun and think you just gonna. And they get away with it. But I'm like, bruh, I don't know when you got balls of steel. But we talking about a straight lion here, bruh. It's like, out of all the stuff in the jungle you could kill to get some money out of, you chose a lion, bruh? That's your profession? Like, it was nice knowing you. Because the first time he licks you, bruh, it's over with. Over. Like, done. But, yep, you know, people never learn, man. They don't learn until you get your face licked off. So I've done 3. 3 are glued. Now I'm gonna let these guys chill out for a minute, let this glue settle, and then I'm gonna bust out the paintbrush here, cause I kind of want to paint this rat a little bit. But yeah, I'll just slap some paint on him. So what I plan to do is I plan on doing weapons that are gonna be like disgusting. So not disgusting, but if you look at anything from Eshin, they always have like acid coming off their blades, or they have like some type of green, crimson, warp stone. If you know anything about the lore, the rats use warp stone crystals to power their inventions, and they power their inventions, their bombs. Everything is used with this crystal called warp stone. It literally drives them crazy, and it drives them into a frenzy. It also gives them power to do like necromancy and all kinds of shit. So they love these crystals. They literally go around the mortal realms stalking for this crystal. They kill civilizations that try to mine the crystal because they need it for all their inventions and like weird machinations that they make and shit. So you'll see a lot of times like he's got a crystal right here in his belt. He's got crystals on his knees. They take the crystals and they infuse them into big beasts and monsters, and then it starts to warp them and turn them into like these enraged, super powerful, ready to kill you. So they highly seek out for it. The engineers, the warlock engineers, they use some of the warp stones to drive their subjects mad after they've done experiments on them and put them on the battlefield. So it's a lot of fun. The lore is super cool. I love it. Get old Trusty out here. Old Trusty Dusty. I lick my brush a lot. A lot of painters do. So feel free to not judge me and stuff, you know, because I eat paint and stuff, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you haven't looked into Warhammer? What? How dare you? How dare you, Jade? No, I'm just playing. I play Warhammer fantasy role-playing game, but not 40K. Yeah, this is all fantasy. This is, you know, this is definitely fantasy for sure. But this is like Warhammer Fantasy is turned into Age of Sigmar, pretty much. Age of Sigmar is now Fantasy. So some of the armies that used to be in Fantasy, they kind of discontinued and don't really do any of the fantasy stuff anymore. Like the Black Oryx and things like that are no longer an army. You have the Tomb Kings, they're no longer an army. But Skaven is one of the old ones from the old world, and they're still around. They still transition into Age of Sigmar. And Tomb Kings is probably the one that a lot of people want to see come back, but it'll probably never happen. But they are doing the old world Warhammer is supposed to be coming back, and that's supposed to be a whole thing. So I don't know what they're going to announce for that, but it should be interesting to see what they're going to do with what armies they're going to bring back, and I think it'll be pretty cool to see what they're going to do with that. So I want to take these weapons and kind of make them... I'm going to start off with a base coat of like this bluish green that's you see on the... It's kind of hard to see, but like on these whatchamacallits, that I call them the whatchamacallits, their shoulder pads are kind of a green, and I'm going to take some other paint and kind of brighten them up with this jade color. But I'm going to put some jade on here. Jade for jade. So yeah, my wet palette has been neglected for months now. And I'm like, should be pretty cool. Just do a little bit of painting. It's been a while since I broke out the paints, man. But yeah, I got my palette here, doing a little bit of jade, and then I was using something else. That's a lot of times I be forgetting. Oh yeah, Incubi Darkness. I'll be using this, and probably like a Warpstone Calibite green. So kind of like going from a darker bluish green to like lighter green, and then probably get, you know, maybe not that green, but then the top layers will probably be like some moot green once it gets to that point, because the Warpstones look like a high kind of green. You could use like Warpstone. They have literally a paint called Warpstone, and once it transitions from Warpstone, you can go straight to moot green, which is kind of, it's cool. I mean, that's if you want it that bright. It just depends on what you're trying to do, man. It's pretty dark in here. I'm gonna turn this light on real quick. It's just this camera, man. This camera and this light above me is kind of being weird. I'm gonna have to get that situated. Put a little bit of that on there. I just haven't really figured out what colors I kind of want to go with. But yeah, I plan on making a lot of this stuff rusty. Like the metals that are on it will all be washed with some rust. I guess I'll be using silver or something. But yeah, some of this brown will have to be repainted because it looks like it's starting to fade a little bit from me touching it. Not good. I think I was using Doombull Brown. Like all these straps back here have been like touched and That's why I kind of like to do the sealer and stuff like that once I finish miniatures, so you ain't gotta worry about the stuff peeling off of there. And then I'll go back with the lighter paint and kind of do like scratches and jacked up leather on there. Actually gonna hit that too. But yeah, I couldn't really decide on what list I wanted to go with couldn't really decide which list I wanted to go with the rats, but I'm probably just gonna decide on starting out with this one and then kind of working my way into seeing like what I like, and then kind of, you know, I know the list will perform depending on like who takes the first turn, but you know, it takes testing. You gotta do some testing. You gotta try stuff out, kind of get used to it. Skaven's kind of like a newer army for me, so I'm not sure how they, you know, taking points and things like that. I think because I don't have a lot of bodies, I'll probably struggle, but it just depends on factors of who gets the first turn. And, yeah, no. My brush is like screaming at me like, where you been? Where the hell you been, bruh? You just print us out and just ignore us. It's crazy. It feels like a different world. I'm just gonna have to start making my kids paint all my models. Just print stuff, you know, set the printer at night, let the printer go nuts, and then just wake up in the morning and just cure all the stuff and literally give them the paintbrush and just go ham. Because I know my daughter loves painting. Anytime I paint without her, she's like straight mad. Like, how dare you? You said, lol, I have a shelf screaming the same thing. Yeah, man. It's too much gray. You gotta fight the gray. Fight the gray. That's what my boy says, one of my Wargame friends on his channel all the time. Fight the gray. The war against the gray. Shout out to Cinderfall Gaming. But yep, that's what you most certainly have to do, because it will pile up on you real fast. I honestly feel like, for real, with the last couple of months, they've been coming out with so many miniatures that are like, it's like hard to even, it's kind of hard to like really stay focused on one set of miniatures, because you have these people just coming up with these amazing sculpts, and they are making some good money. Because I had to stop myself for a little while. I was like, man, I'm buying too many SDLs. I need to chill. Y'all got too much stuff going on. But yeah, it is good to, like, you know, if you don't want to go the GW route, you can find people that are creative and, you know, find people that are making sculpts that are fans, and they, you know, they kind of can provide you with some alternatives, because some of the models in the range are hard to find. So yeah, it's addictive, man. You gotta watch that wallet, cause I tell you what, I'll be waking up to emails and just be like, really? I just bought something from y'all probably like a month or two ago, and now y'all come out with this? How dare you? But yep, they know what they be doing. They know how to try to check my pockets. I don't know what's going on here. I really would like to bust out. I don't want to bust out the airbrush for real. And I don't see no Zach up in here. I don't see no Zach up in here. Zach was supposed to come through. He was like, man, if you painting, I'm there. Well, here I am, Zach. Come on through. Where you at? That boy was supposed to show up tonight. He probably done dipped out. So yeah, that's painted blue. I don't know if is this too dark to see? I don't know. Could be kind of dark. Kind of want to check it out. Okay, cool. It just looks dark on my screen then. All right, cool. So man, I'm gonna have to abuse the airbrush. And I need to put this bad boy on like a I need to put him on a base so I can stop holding him, cause it was cool when he didn't have no paint on him, but now there he is. Yeah, there he is. You son of a. I was like, boy, if Zach don't come through tonight, we gonna be at your doorstep, boy, with some damn torches and pitchforks looking for your ass. Like this boy, I didn't prepare the whole stream for Zach. I prepared a whole stream for Zach, and he's not here right now. Like, what's going on? So yeah, I'm gonna have to stick him down. I don't want to do it, but I'm gonna have to. This sucks. I mean, I could put him on the small corkscrew, but I don't know if I just put him on this base or something. Zach, man, you just made it. You just made it in time, boy. I was about to call a committee, the little bitty itty bitty titty committee. I was about to call them, get on the hotline, cause I was like, this man has not showed up to none of my cool stuff. He's just abandoned me, you know. A polar bear or something. He said a polar bear. Hold on, my rib cage. He said a polar bear. He said a polar bear. Okay, so granted, he does look like a polar bear. I'll take that back. He does kind of look like a polar bear. He do look like a polar bear. He do look like a polar bear. But nah, it's a rat. It's definitely a rat. And we're talking about Skaven here. Skaven rats. You know, put some respect on his name, because, you know, some Warhammer fans might come in here and, you know, they might start going nuts. You know, them Warhammer fans, it's real elite, boy. It's like, that's like you bashing a football team. You might get dragged out. You come in here and start talking about Skaven, boy. They real, Skaven real deep too. Them Skaven cats, they don't be playing. That's like cult classic. Now you can talk shit about Night Hunt all day. That's my army. You can talk all the shit you want about Night Hunt. Don't nobody care about Night Hunt. But Skaven? Oh man. they gonna see this video and be like, did he just call that a polar bear? They gonna be looking for you, bro.
So that makes me want to make up for on the team or the muscular mega rat.
Yeah, it's like biker mice from Biker mice from Mars, that cartoon. If I remember that correctly. The cartoon was a shit, by the way. Yeah, but so this guy is he's a rat ogre. And he is a brute, and he likes to smash things with his hammer. And he shoots a pistol and likes to shoot people with his distance pistol and throw bombs at you. You know, they're very hostile. They don't like anybody. They hide underground until it's time to fight, and then when they come up, you know, just hope you don't come in contact with a giant muscular Master Splinter, because he's probably gonna beat your brains in. And you know, it's just the machinations they make. They make these machinations. I like that word. That's a good term for them. Machination. It's a machination. It's one of those machinations you don't want to run into, because if you do, it could be the last time you see anything. But yeah, rat ogres are very. They don't like to play any games at all. But yeah, you showed up to the stream. Let's go. So yeah, I'm just painting this. You know, this rat ogre. I'm making all the weapons that are up here kind of like a bluish, greenish. You know, these guys like to steal warpstone. Warpstone is about this color. Warpstone drives them to an frenzy, drives them straight mad. And they use warpstone to power all their vehicles that they have. I built a Skaven plane that I can show you, because I play orcs. And the orcs I'm playing with are primitive. I'm playing the beast snaggers. Beast snaggers are kind of a primitive, you know, they're a primitive orc with guns and choppers. And instead of doing like the 40k version of them where they have like machines and stuff, I made a jet that is a primitive jet with Skaven parts, but it's supposed to be played in the orc army. But this is all Skaven stuff, like, you know, where I took a, what do you call it? A screaming bell is what it's called. And this is basically like the rocks and stuff that you see on the Skaven bell. I made the propellers out of some of their swords. It's all made out of like the wood that Skaven has on like all their vehicles and stuff, and kind of made a plane out of it. And I'll have probably like one of the rats driving it or something like that, and have a couple rats hanging out on the wings and stuff. And it'll be like basically a screaming bell, but a plane. And so I'll show you, because you got to see a picture of this. Like, cool, you made a plane out of random plastic parts, but it absolutely does it no justice unless you actually see what a screaming bell is. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's pretty cool. Like, but yeah, I seen this conversion made by some other kid, and I had to steal it from him because, you know, he thought he was cool. And I was like, you know, you're gonna make something that cool and think you're cool, I'm probably gonna take it from you, because, you know, I want to be cool. So I took it, and, you know, I don't feel bad because it's an amazing piece, and I don't regret it, not one bit. Not one bit do I regret it. But I will say that it is a very cool, I don't know. It's just a cool thing to like come up with. So if you see this right here, this is a screaming bell. No, I didn't make it from the piece I already made. You know, these kits come broken up, but this is what you would make if you had this kit. You would basically make a screaming bell. There's a rat riding it. Actually, I was going to put it on the big screen, but I don't feel like messing with my OBS right now. You know, but you get the idea. You know what I'm saying? You get the idea of what you're looking at here. It's a screaming bell. These rats ride the bell.
this bell, when it rings, it causes all types of catastrophes and spells and shit like that. So I just took it upon myself to make a plane out of it. And, you know, it's just a cool little, you know, whatever. I just made this plane because I thought it would just be a cool thing that I could play in the orc army and also the thing. So, you know, but anyways, I got a couple things like that for my army that are like kind of like random things that I made out of the blue that I have a plan of what I'm going to do with it. And I'm trying to come up with an idea of how I want to finish the rest of it. What's up, y'all? Welcome to the stream. See y'all trickling in. Hold on 1 second. Said I love it, but hey, I gotta hit the bed because work sucks and I'm not home like you. But if you stream tomorrow, let me know and I'm in. Word, man. Thanks for coming by and chilling, man. I appreciate it. I know how that work grind be. That work grind sucks, man. I just went out for a job interview today where I'm kind of looking for some extra income, and it happens. You know, seasons are coming up. Christmas season's coming up. I want to save some money. So it's all good. See, that's why I didn't like putting this guy on here, though. Because he starts to fall a little bit. But I do not absolutely want to glue him to a base. Because if I do that, you know, I can't do his base custom. And then that'll suck. Just doing some touch up on some of these. Some of these got touched with some other paint. Which I don't know how that happens. I don't ever mess up, man. How does that happen? I'm gonna have to paint these teeth. I guess these bombs are also gonna be glowing as well. So it's all gotta get painted. I'm trying to debate on if I should do a wood color on this little canister on his back. Do like kind of like a wood in the middle. And the border of the canister will be a blue. See you, Zach. We was just talking about him, too. And then he shows up. Yeah. See, that's what Miss Cleo does, man. Miss Cleo be summoning. Miss Cleo knows all. Miss Cleo. Yeah, it would be. It's gonna be dope. I think it'll be tight. If I could get it to figure out what kind of custom base I want to do for this guy, and then use a little bit of airbrush to kind of create the glowing effect. That's probably what I'll do. But I have to like first create all of the just paint all these little parts. He has so much like crap on him. It's unreal. Like, every time I think I'm getting closer to finishing it, it's like, no, you actually got about 50 more parts to paint. Have a good night. So, and deciding on colors for miniatures is what I hate, too. I'm just not good at it. I can't, like, visualize and look at a miniature and be like, yeah, this would look good with that, because I just have a hard time using color theory and just picking, and actually even just coming up with, you know, color combinations that will look good. I mean, I painted my Oryx purple and orange. Like, those are like completely opposites. Why I did that, I have no idea, because my Oryx look like straight clowns. But
It's cool. It's different. You know, orcs have a belief in their lore that they don't believe, or they believe in the color purple. But anything that's labeled with the color purple is basically stealth, and you can't be seen or trusted with the color purple because it's like a ninja stealth color. So anything painted purple by an orc is labeled as invisible because they don't think color is, they think color is a sneaky color. So it's actually funny that, you know, if you paint your army purple, it's actually got some orc belief behind it, which is funny. They think the color red goes faster. Y'all know the lore. Most of the people know orc lore. They know the power of the colors. There's power in the wiggle. I don't need to talk about that. Need to get my boy Core Finder in here because that boy knows all the lore. He's always telling me new stuff that I didn't even know. I'm just like, damn. I mean, yeah, and then like I'll try to like get some colors blended with like the other colors that I'm using too. I'm just kind of like outlining some stuff. You said I've got a friend like that. He loves Warhammer and he reads most of the novels and knows nearly all the lore. Yeah, it is really cool hearing him talk about it. Yeah, it's, the story is so bizarre that it's like almost like, it's like almost unbelievable, but then there's some things that are just like, well, damn, that's happening right now. You know, like a lot of Warhammer lore is like, you know, has a lot of prophecy with like real life stuff. So it's like funny when you hear something or something that has to do with like the Bible even, or, you know, it's passages of things happening. You're just like, yeah, that happened. That really happened in real life. So I could see that totally happening, you know. But yeah, it gets real thick, man. Warhammer lore is insane. I mean, 40K lore is even crazier than that. But yeah, I just got interested in it because I didn't care for the lore at first. I was mainly into like miniatures and stuff. But it was something about when I learned about orc lore, I was like, this is so like interesting. Each character has their own like little thing that makes them, you know, tick, and they want to build their armies and take over certain civilizations and rulership with their beliefs, you know. And it's crazy because even in fantasy Warhammer, even the armies that are supposed to be the good armies are actually like bad too. Like they're no better than chaos, destruction, death. They're no better than the skeletons and vampires. They all have like selfish, you know, just selfish gains. And so really it's just kind of funny that like when you see a bad team win, you're just like, yes, that's what you get. Like eat that. Or if they like lose at conquering a certain land, it's interesting. It's a lot of cool stories, but that all transitions into other fantasy stuff that I like, that I've read over the years and stuff. And then you got D&D, and it's cool to like when you write your stories and stuff that like you can take a lot of that stuff that you experience from Warhammer and different stuff and kind of make your own stuff. But you know, people like Rev doesn't want to DM, so we can't play no games or nothing. Rev don't want a DM, man. But yeah, I know everybody's busy, man. It's hard to get a group of adults together to do stuff, and you know, it's just every day is plagued by no time. But yep, there's always hope. I always have hope that it'll, you know, we'll eventually get to that point, and everyone will say, all right, I got some time this weekend. Let's dive in. I can't see this underneath here, so I'm trying to like reach it. It's kind of hard to get under here. Like missing a big spot down here. Kind of difficult. And try not to touch the white. Don't touch the white fur. Don't touch my white fur. Yeah, you're hoping that's... Yeah, I mean, Rev is back streaming now, so I'm sure he wants to get his stream off the ground too and do some more stuff. And so trust me, I know. I was like, I almost didn't stream tonight, but I was like, you know what? I gotta get on a stream and do something. Try to put out something. Let's see here. I don't know if I should paint that with brass. My dad has been in the hospital as well, so I've been kind of going through some stuff too, kind of on the personal tip. So my dad literally just got released from the hospital, I think today, with my mom. My mom's super happy. He was having some breathing issues, so it's been a rough, tough. This week has been very challenging, and you know, to say the least, for a lot of stuff. So, yeah, he's on a breathing machine, and he's just got some things going on, and we're trying to monitor his health, and he's been doing like paint jobs. He's a maintenance guy, so just, you know, breathing in chemicals over the years, things like that is. But you know, it's everything's been good. You know, I've been trying to stay positive, keep my mom motivated, because she's been really worried, and you know, not having somebody there. You know, my parents have been married for almost 45 years, so my mom was taking it real hard every day. So yeah, it's one of those things like, don't scare us like that, Pops. Don't scare us. So, you know, everything's cool now. I think we'll be able to bounce back here soon, and everything will be all good. But yep. Man, I'm almost running out of this bad boy. Need some thinner. So I'm going to try this and see if it looks dumb. Maybe I can paint that intense wood. And then use the airbrush. But I think it has to be over white paint. I'm gonna have to paint white paint over that, I think. I think it's gonna have to be white paint. Or maybe I could just do that. No, I'm gonna have to do it. Damn it. That's the only thing I don't like, priming black, but priming black is good for darker colors, and I just like it more now than using contrast. But let's see, where's my white paint? Let's see if I can just get some of this white paint. Yeah, I really hope he recovers quickly, and we just have so much catching up stuff to do, and I was like, man, we kind of were knowing he was gonna pull through, but he was going through a rough patch. And you know, once you get to that age, you know, my dad is a Scorpio just like I am, and he's very, you know, he can be stubborn. We're very stubborn. We want to do what we want to do, you know what I'm saying? And I think that he, you know, we knew he was strong enough to pull it through, but it was like he doesn't like sitting in one place for a long time. I'm you know, nobody does, but he took it especially hard, I'm sure. So yeah, he just gets impatient, and the medication was not doing very well. But yeah, since my brother being a doctor, he did help out a lot with his knowledge and doing some research on what he can do to help, and he kind of helped us stay at ease, so we didn't worry as much about it. What am I looking for? Glazed medium. Or I could use, is it Lamian medium? Oh, okay, I got contrast medium. Okay, that's not the same thing. So I could just use this. Use this Lamian medium to kind of thin this up a little bit, because this white is super... I'm using like a off-brand Walmart white. You know, it's like crap. This white is trash. Well, it's Americana, so it's not like... You know, this is like the $2 Walmart special paint. And I have other like actual paint, like White Scar. You know, the good stuff. But it's just... It's a pain to mix up and get out of these tubes. I hate these GW tubes. They're the worst. The dropper bottles are so much better. But, you know. Just mix this paint up right quick. You know. Just trying to mix this stuff in. Thin your paints. These wet palettes are amazing, because I'll come back like a week later, all this paint will still be in here ready to go, son. Maybe not that long, maybe like a week, maybe like a couple days. So it's good, it's real good. Yeah, so I mean, this inside is like wood, so I'm gonna use the ink intense stuff and kind of go in there, and it'll look cool once you get the wood stuff in there. And then when I go back with the airbrush, I can like hit those wood spots with some like blue and make it look like a dead wood. I did it on a corpse cart where I painted this intense ink wood, and then I used a light blue ink. The ink did just what it was supposed to and made the wood look like it's, you know, just dead and kind of a, you know, rusty looking. It looks really cool when you airbrush it, because it just blends in so nice. And ink, you don't ever have to thin down, because ink is just, it's ready to go out of the pot. It's so thin, it's like water. It's like almost like you wish it was a little bit thicker. But this stuff right here, let me tell you about this ink right here. If you don't know nothing about this Daler Rowney, boy, woo-wee, this Daler Rowney. Let me tell y'all something about the burst of colors you get with these bad boys. This ink, man. When I saw this ink, I was like, saw somebody airbrush some of that blue ink, I was like, holy, like it changed my whole, they come in these big bottles. You can get them smaller, like the Liquitex stuff is pretty good too, like, you know, get you some regular Liquitex black ink, and you can just airbrush black, and it comes on really, really thin, so you're not like blasting too much thick black on your stuff. And man, you could work wonders with that blue ink. I mean, it's such a vivid, like, blue jade color, and it just, you spray this on top of like that wood, and it just, because one thing, ink looks really watery too. So like I think I used it on this boat. the blue. If you look at the wood, like right there, you can see the blue. That's it right there. And I sprayed it like on the bottom. But yeah, inks are amazing. Like if you don't know about the inks, man, you can airbrush regular acrylics, but the inks, they're already thin. You put them in there in the airbrush, load them up, spray them, and it's such a subtle little bit of color that you can add on to little spots, and man, it'll change your whole thing. You know, I got a little bit of Winsor Newton stuff too. These are oils, but you know, painting with oils is a little different animal too. I haven't really got into oil painting, but I do want to learn it for sure, because you can add some pretty interesting stuff to. But yeah, there's a whole wealth of YouTubers that use them, and man, I just watch too many videos, man. I think I get in my head too much about how I want to paint stuff, and a lot of times it'll keep me from doing a project because I'm trying to debate on like how I want to attack it. It doesn't have to be perfect, but you know, I like to use my resources and come up with a good, you know, just a good way to like showcase something that I may have taken a long time to print, or you know. So yep, it can be really fun though. It's, you know, you just have to be patient with yourself. You know, painting is not something that you just, it's so cool to like get into a project and see how the miniature just kind of like transforms over time. So yep, it's definitely like one of those things, like watching a bunch of great people that all know how to paint. Like when I went to Adepticon, just seeing the cool paint jobs and getting inspiration from other guys that spend hours, you know, painting. It was really uplifting to see, you know, you can do it. You know, you spend a lot of time, or you just, you know, kind of teach yourself from the ground up. Watch a lot of videos, kind of get the style that you like, and you go from there. But yeah, this white. I know I'm gonna have to go back and retouch this brown. I just know it. I know it. I just know it. 'Cause it's too fiddly. It's way too fiddly. But you gotta start somewhere, right? You gotta block the colors in. That's the one thing that's kind of it's gonna take you a little while to block them colors in, man. And then it's just hard because this guy is a solid brick of 3D printing, and he's just one of those solid pieces, man. It's hard to reach some of these areas with this little canister, but it's gonna look so cool when I'm done with it. I refuse to have a lackluster miniature with these rat ogres. And I have like 6 of these bad boys too. Like I need to paint 4 of them. The other 2 sculpts might just get done just when I feel like doing a project or something. But for a list, you're gonna need about 4. You're gonna need about 4. Not 3, but 4. Said exactly. That's what I've been telling myself while learning to paint minis. Yeah. I think I get into my head about a lot of stuff though, and it just makes it difficult to you know, you have to kind of clear your thoughts, and some days you don't feel like painting because you're just like, man, it's such a tedious task. But when you go through and just do it, you find out that, like, you know, you're like, man, this is totally worth it. It's time consuming, and you got to have a lot of patience and it's hard for people to sit down for long periods of time and have that kind of patience. I mean, if you seen the stuff I painted, you'd be like, dude, you have too much patience. Because there's so many cool miniatures, and I'm like, dude, I have to paint this, absolutely. But it's one of those things where, you know, I don't let the time really get me down. It's more or less just how I want to approach it. Because anything that's worth time or worth your time doing is gonna take time. So it doesn't matter what you do. So it'd be killing me, like, I'll show people some stuff and they be like, man, you got too much patience, that takes too long. And I'm like, bruh, like, what you be doing? Playing basketball? You be hooping? Playing football? So you mean to tell me whatever profession you in don't take some time to learn or do? And they be like, yeah, it does. And I'm like, all right then. Well, it's the same thing, bruh. So this little part behind here, behind the mace, is a little crack that I'm trying to fill in. It's going to be hard to get back there. I'm going to have to take like a tiny brush and but I'll just block off all this other stuff and try to get what I can. And then I can go back with that ink and kind of fill in with the ink. And then these leather straps will get done like with some scratches with kind of like a lighter brown. I'll make it look all torn and stuff. Use some wash, make it look decrepit and nasty. And then we'll go back and use that ink and tint, or the blue, probably the Daily Rounties blue, and like blast all the weapons with that. And then I'll go with this like really light moot green to like make it look like it's glowing, like a greenish color. And that's cool that it has an undertint of blue, because all of the armor will just look like it's you know, blue and green match pretty closely. So I'm kind of trying to like stick around that scheme. But yeah, I was thinking red for a minute. I was like, I'm half tempted to paint some red on this army. It'd be really dope to see that come together, because I've seen a couple red painted Skaven armies, and I'm like, you have something cool that I'm definitely gonna steal from you. But one day I will paint a red army. I will. Red is like not my, well, it's one of my favorite colors, but it's just, it looks really cool on armor when you see a full army or a fleet in white, or like red, my bad. Because it's just such like a dominating, like aggressive color. And so whenever you pair that with like silver or chrome, it's really cool looking. Oh no, did I touch that? No. That's the only thing I hate about blocking colors, man, is you just touch stuff you don't want to touch. It sucks. But that is the price you must pay. Even though it is a tedious task. Because I can always go back and correct it. I think the biggest time waster that I hate the most is like when you do block in a color that you think is just going to be out of the way and not a big deal if you touch it. And then you touch it and you go back and you're just like, well, this is absolutely more tedious to repaint than it was to just ignore it all in the first place. I should have just not even painted it. So yep, it is crazy, man. Like, if I have good music, I could paint for hours. It's like that MP3 got to be slapping, son. I mean, I'm playing lo-fi music right now, but it's put on some tunes. It's going to be so awesome. It already looks great, and that's just getting it to make it really pop. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's a process, man. I think like when I'm putting together color schemes, I don't really see it coming together that fast, and so it gets like you're like, man, did I make the right, did I make the right decision painting it this color? But then it's like you start to build up little stuff. Like I think once you start doing like the pants and the armbands and stuff like that, then it really starts to come together, because it's the little things that come together. You paint the big stuff, it's cool, but you got to get the teeth and the mouth, and then it starts to take form. But yeah, I'm absolutely trying not to touch this fur, because I dry brushed the hell out of this rat, and his fur is perfect. I don't want to touch the white fur. It just gotta look dirty and dingy. And it does. It looks like that boy been crawling through vent ducts his whole life. It's the way it should be. Dirty rats. We don't want no clean rats. Yeah, dude. I like it. I don't know if you can see it, but there's little stenches of brown like in there. So like his armpits are like just disgusting. Like I didn't like get to brush in there, but most of his skin was with a really bright white, and then I started with gray, then I built up beige and then white. So gray, beige, then white, just so it could be like very dark, but it'll still have that grayish tone underneath it. And I don't know if I want to paint all the rat ogres white, because I could do different colors, but it just depends, man. It really, really depends on like how it looks once some of the other elements start to come in. There's another wood piece right here on top of his little mace. So I'm gonna paint that, because that'll be hit with the intense ink wood too. And then the little ring that's underneath that will probably be like it will be like a gold or something. And this gold, like if you see the mace now, it's gold. It's like a really rich gold, but that gold is gonna get hit with a wash and it's gonna be disgusting. So it'll be a rusty type of nasty bronze type gold. It's not gold, it's bronze, my bad. But it'll be like kind of worn bronze. I just have not hit any of the gold. He's got gold on his kneecaps. I haven't actually done any of that bronze or gold with the wash or nothing yet. Zach actually showed up. The boy came through. He got his little brownie points tonight. He got his brownie points. Somebody give that boy a round of applause. Intensified ink wood, baby. It's almost like you're cheating with the wood, because it's so easy to apply, man, and it just makes it look so real. I saw a video with it and I like instantly went and bought it. I was like, yep. Any projects with like nasty wood, because you're not gonna use it for every project, but man, I usually paint death and chaos armies, so like most of my stuff is always decrepit. So I'm like, well, ain't nothing gonna be nice about this. Yeah, that boy got his brownie points tonight. He slid in right at the right time, and he was lucky too, because I was sure gonna have to talk about him. I was gonna have to go in there and tell him about himself, because I jumped on his stream yesterday and he was talking big boy. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna be in there. I was like, we gonna see. But yeah, he paints. Zach, Zach does his Gundam thing. So I had some people at my job that were really into Gundam, and these guys would literally bring their Gundams to work or something, and they were super crazy with it. I mean, like, they're like bringing decals and like cutting stuff, and they got this little like airbrush tool at their desk, and they're like airbrushing Gundams at their corporate job. I'm like, dude, if your boss walks by, you are canned, sir. They didn't give a damn. They're like, we painting some stuff. He would like bring it down to my desk and show it to me. Some of these clients that we work for, absolutely hilarious. But yep, that's what they be doing. I guess I'll use this warp stone. See which one is more green. Start with the Cabalite Grand, I guess. Huh. Zach said the pig wins, bruh. You can't come in here and start talking after you left the stream, bruh. Come on back in here. Come on back in here. That's another thing I need. I need to get a paint shaker, man. My wrist be on fire the next day, boy. Get one of them paint shakers. Oh. Paint all over my finger. What a waste. Oh. This tip is getting real nasty. Like paintbrushes, man. I'm gonna have to like, I just bought some new paintbrushes, but I'm already like wanting to try some new stuff. Try some new brushes. There's just too many to choose from. That's the problem. Sorry, I know my head's all taking up the whole freaking camera. It's like I can't see in this little crack right here. I gotta get some of those what you call those, the little zoomy goggles. They're pretty legit. I've used them before, but I don't own a pair. This green looks similar to like the tabard that I painted, but it's kind of a lighter green. And I will probably end up hitting it with something else too. It's kind of hard to paint though. So much detail. Where the hell is Skia at tonight? I blame Skia. Goddamn, goddamn Skia. Yeah, it's his fault. You gotta blame, if anybody is to blame, it's gonna be Skia. And watch him pop in chat and be like, if you don't shut up right now, Skia will come out of his grave and be like, if you don't shut your mouth right now, that boy ain't playing no games. He not playing no games. Skia ain't playing with you. He plays no games. Only the games that we play on a console. But other than that, he not playing no games. Oh, I'm gonna have to repaint that. Ooh. Oh, he's streaming right now. Oh, so I could quit stream and raid him then. I could send a raid over to his channel. Even though there's only one person in here. Ain't nobody messing with me tonight, man. Nobody wants to come in here and have any fun. I'm like getting nasally out of like these allergies, man, are kicking my hiney. Just out of nowhere. I don't know where it's coming from. But I've just been going through it a little bit with these allergies, man. Today. This stuff is not one to stay on his foot. Stay, sticky tack, stay. You are annoying. Ugh. Man, somebody's blowing me up. What you want? Oh. Email. Okay, so then that is stuck down a little bit better. And then, what do I want to paint? Probably do, can't really go inside this canister on this side. Say allergies super suck. They sneak up on you. Heck yeah, they do. It sucks, man. And it's like, it's all hot down here because, you know, like you don't have to blast the air because now it's like in between that weird season where it's like kind of hot, but it's like not hot. So it's nice outside. And then like, you be like, yeah, turn everything off. And then you wake up and you're like in a bath of sweat. It's just retarded. I can't get into the strap because he's got his big hammer. It's gonna be hard to get to this spot. I almost wish this part was off of the miniature and could have been 3D printed and strapped on. But the way the construction of the miniature is, it is impossible. But, you know, it just depends on how steady your hand is. I don't have a steady hand. My hand is nice and shaky. What's up, y'all? Welcome to the stream. I see y'all trickling in. Come in, stay a while. Have a great time. I'm also streaming on YouTube and Facebook as well, so I'm like hitting the back of this canister, trying to get on the last little bit over here. Oh no. Hurry up, I need water. No. Accidentally touched the armor right here. No, get off. Gotta be quick. Damn. It's all good. It came off. And I can just repaint it anyway, but still annoying. It's like, this how tight this spot is. Like, you gotta, like, kind of findangle it a little bit. You gotta... It's the way you maneuver. Let me see if I can kind of... Maybe I should just get a smaller brush. And then I'll be able to get in there. That should be good enough. Probably just get this side here. Okay, there we go. Cool. And then still looks kind of ugly though. On this side. And I'm gonna use a smaller brush to get this other part over here. Use this Series 7 Winsor Newton user. Quick fast, you're super fast. Man, not as fast as I would like to be. Some of the stuff is like, it is daunting. See if I can get it from this angle. Damn it. Gonna have to repaint that, but that's cool. Can't see shit. Can't see shit. Okay. We got it. I'll just have to go back and get these like straps and stuff. I'll probably end up painting those white and then you know, I might have to come up with a plan on getting them washed and then just making them dirty. Rope is like the worst. I hate painting rope. Not because it's hard or nothing, but it's always in the worst spots. It's like all up in their butt crack, in the back of the model, on random pieces of gear. It's never in a good spot, and it's just a pain in the ass to get to all the time. But it looks good when it's executed correctly. The tip of my brush is starting to get crazy, and I'm gonna have to like use a little bit of some kind of shit. I'm gonna have to use this like brush cleaner or use a different tip brush. Oh yeah, I never thought about that, but it really is hard to reach places. Yeah, man, it sucks. It's like it isn't really too bad. It's just you have to take more time, and it just gets annoying when you have to double coat stuff and if your paint's too thin. Okay. Oh, this my cut right here. This my cut. Yeah, I gotta clean this. I gotta clean this brush right quick. It's getting some stuff in it too. It's that white paint. White paint always jack up the brush. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just clean this brush out a little bit. Urgh. Clean this brush right quick. I'm gonna change my water real fast because it's disgusting. Hold on one second.
The wood. The wood. I love it.
It's amazing. It'll look even better once it gets like dirt. It like gets some blue on it. It looks kind of weird next to the bronze, but it's like, you know, it's like it's hard to explain. It's like it looks weird until you like spray it with blue, and then it like makes the brown pop, and then, you know, once everything turns that nasty color, it'll be like, wow. It just like adds an extra level of depth to it. But yeah, you gotta kind of like get all the colors blocked in. And I love doing rust effects. It's one of my favorite. Let me get some of this. Just getting some bronze here. It's like bronze is so like thick, you have to like totally strip it because it just like goes on like the worst. Okay. No, he's falling. You heavy fat rat. I don't know. What's up, guys? Welcome to the stream. How you guys doing? Just painting my fat rats, my ogre rats. Having some trouble with this sticky tack because it isn't the sticky tack's fault. It's the rat's fault because he's got a little bit of weight to him. I don't care about these feet because they could be repainted. It's an easy pink to make, and I haven't painted his nails yet, but eh. Sup, y'all? How y'all doing? I see y'all trickling in on some other socials. How you guys doing? What's today? Was today Wednesday? I don't even be knowing what day of the week it is, bruh. I'm so dead serious. It's insane. Just getting this fun rope going, you know. Woo! So excited. Then you hit this bad boy with a little bit of stankin' ass skeleton horde. Then you got, you're whistling Dixie then. That's all that has to happen. Or I could just be more elite and actually do it the right way to make the rope pop a little bit more, which is not skeleton horde. But who wants to do that? Who wants to spend time doing it the right way? Who wants to do that? It's Thursday here, but only 30 minutes. Oh yeah, it is almost 12 midnight. Man, see, I'm shit, it's gonna be Saturday if I keep talking. It ain't my fault. It ain't my fault. That boy said, I may not be shit to you, but I'm the shit on this label. Huh? Just gotta wipe off all the X's. I hate when I think I painted something and I totally didn't. And you're just like, wow. That boy said, sometime I come in camouflage, sometime I'm all black. You want to go to war with us? Bitch better believe we all strapped. That's terrible. That's terrible. So it don't matter who you fight, we all strapped. You fight him? That's terrible. I think that's good enough. There's a couple lines that, I mean, this black smoky ink, man, it just will, you have to paint everything twice, but I love it, man. I think it's a great resin that just shows so much detail and it's so easy to clean up after you print stuff that it makes it worth it. Okay. Let me check this other little screen out right quick. See if it works. Oh yeah, it's got the black coach on there. That's my old screen. I forgot about that screen. With my little necromancer in the back. I like that. I like that. But it's harder to see though. Yeah. I forgot all about that screen. I'm gonna have to do some work on that bad boy. And do some updates. It's too much water. Too much water. Oh God, I got another bomb back here. God love it. I forgot about this damn bomb back here, man. I thought I was done painting bombs. God. It's gotta be another. Forgot about that one. Oh well. I'll go back and paint that later. It's kind of annoying. Can't wait to throw this ink on this bad boy. It's gonna be crazy. So we just don't want anything to pull, really. In none of the recesses, you kind of have to put a little bit of amount on there and kind of stretch it out so it gets all in the cracks, you know what I'm saying? Said, oh, ink time, yeah. It's cool, man. Like when it dries, you can see the real effect of it. Just gotta do a little bit at a time and kind of take your time with it. I love Scale 75 though, man. Scale 75, like, I need to buy the whole collection or get some more Scale 75 stuff that I actually like, and just enough, like maybe like the base color paints. But I love their inks, man. Like, their inks are one of my all-time favorites. When I saw how this wood looked on that video, I was like, well, I ain't painting it no other way. You won't be using leather brown on wood ever again. Or something stupid, some stupid color with a stupid name. Like, just use the wood, just use the leather. Like, nah, bruh. We want wood. And then you can alter it from there with other inks. You can just be crazy with it. You know, like Bob Ross said, just happy little trees and whatever you want to do with it. Head ass. Happy skies, head ass. This is that hard to reach area. I can't really get in here, but I'm trying. I'm trying to get in this. Ow, ow. My bad. Busting my head on the camera. Hey, yo, man. Spaz Tech, thank you. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. You're awesome. Appreciate that. How's your night going if you're still in here? If you're not, come back and see me sometime. It's Cleo. Still see a spot. I'm not gonna be able to get that spot. It's like in there. That's this spot, man. Whoever created this miniature, bruh, if he would have raised the arms up just a little bit, it's terrible to get this spot. I can't even see this bad boy. Let me. Oh, okay, I got it. Okay. Still ridiculous. I think it's probably easier for me to get it because the ink just kind of flowed into it. I didn't have to really try. It's hard, but with regular acrylic paint, you ain't getting back there. No sir. You gonna have to thin it out and just let that juice run in there. And I don't care if anybody sees it, cause ain't nobody gonna be looking that hard at no miniature. Not unless you in some competition. This is Arch Villains rat ogres. They're called excuse my allergies. Bombardiers or something. Bombardiers are like, you know what a bombardier is, like the bombers. But I'm using it as a rat ogre for my Skaven. So I don't like the GW sculpts, as you probably know. You probably seen the rat ogres from Skaven, and they're just terrible. So I saw these and I printed like 6 of them, and they're all like badass, so they will be used. And then I took Resin Warfare, and I did I'm printing an Eshin list with rat ogres in it. So I've been putting together some of these assassins from Resin Warfare. I have a whole list. But yeah, I got some stuff from E-Man G. If you're familiar with him, he's a person in the community that gives away free miniatures. He sculpts all of his stuff. I'm sure you know probably who E-Man G is, because most of the wargaming community knows who E-Man G is. But yep. Yeah, I print all my stuff. I got a Saturn. But yeah, I printed out a bunch of Vermin Lord and all kind of shit, man. I've been printing stuff. I've been printing stuff for this list. Like, I printed an assassin, a death master, a bunch of stuff. I have like a couple lists. I printed out E-Man G's Hell Pit Abomination. So I just been trying to build up the miniatures that'll go in the Eshin list, but then I still have to do Plague Monks if I want to do a Pestilence list. But I'm just trying to take my time with it, because I've been trying to find the sculpts that kind of speak to the lore and the kind of list that I want to build with, because I kind of have an idea of like how I want to do it, but I just haven't been painting lately because so busy with everything, and feels good to get back to the paint table. So said printed his Chungas the other day. Yeah, they're so amazing, man. His miniatures, like, if you guys don't know who E-Man G is, man, y'all go support him, man. He's badass. Like, he does it all for free. I'm sure he takes donations, but I tip my hat to that guy, because like, I was looking at the Skaven models, and I was like, man, if this new book coming out, ain't no way in hell I'm getting some of these miniatures, because GW know damn well they need to get off their ass and make them models. They create everything else. It's like, shit, Skaven been around for hell, ain't got no new models. It's just kind of sad. But, ain't bashing them, then you do your thing, whatever. Just annoying that I have to look for other creators, but it's cool that there's such a cool community that create these miniatures, that has some people are just really passionate about it and make some cool stuff. Let me see if I can get some Screamer Pink. Shit, I saved about $200 or $300 printing all this shit, bruh. I was like, man, I didn't pay for too much of GW stuff, bruh. I was like, Skaven, I might be able to get away with murder with this army. I had a Skaven army back in 8th edition Fantasy Days, about 5k points. Damn, you had a lot. Woo! I sold my Slanesh, and I've hated my life since then. I don't know why I did that. I mean, I did it because it wasn't an army that I wasn't very good at. But man, am I regretting that. I'm going to have to reprint a whole Slanesh army, or I'm just going to buy a little bit at a time, because I miss that army. I painted so many chariots. So many demonettes. I'm dumb for that. Real dumb. And that guy that bought it from me knew what he was doing too. He was like, "You gonna sell that for real?" I'm like, "Yeah." He was like, "You sure?" I was like, "Yeah." He was like, "Cause how you gonna package it?" And I'm like, "I'll get it to you some way. Bubble wrap it." Man, the day it got to that boy's house, he pulled it out and was taking pictures and shit. Like, this is amazing, dude. The amount of work you done for this. I'm like, I know. I'm just gonna go cry in the corner because I've spent so much time on that army. And then when I sell it, the fucking what is it? The Keeper of Secrets comes out. I'm like, bruh, are you serious right now? Please tell me y'all not serious. Please tell me you didn't just release a whole line of cool stuff. Appreciate that. But, you know, you live and you learn. That's one thing as people of the world, we are creators. We can always recreate. We can always recreate. Let me see. I'm just kind of freestyling on a lot of stuff on this. I don't really know what direction I want to take the army as far as how to kind of trying to I just want to do like blue and like crimson greens and stuff. I'm gonna have to bust out the airbrush here soon. Just so you guys know, I gotta do my due diligence tonight because I haven't done it, and I'm an a-hole for not. So, we are doing the LNL Society. If you guys notice, we're doing the LNL Society Blood Cancer Awareness. So we are running this all through the month of September. You guys can see it in my chat. The Nightbot's already posted it. Help LLS blood cancer to get some research for blood cancer. You can do that by hitting ! donate on my channel. It'll take you to my fundraiser. And even if you just donate $1 to end cancer or help for the research, you'll be helping kids, countless kids that want to be gamers and streamers. A lot of people have lost their lives to cancer, and it means a lot to a lot of the people in the stream and myself if anyone would just donate $1 to the foundation. We're already halfway to our goal. I think we're at $90 out of $200, so we're trying to raise that up. So if you guys enjoy the channel and my content, please consider donating. And I appreciate all the donations, everybody that's donated before. You guys are awesome. You're making a difference, and it means something to get on a platform and actually help somebody else out. So that's what I'm all about. So yeah, so anyway, yeah, I'm gonna have to paint this rope. I'm not sure how I want to do it. I got these little knee pads or whatever that's in here. I don't know what I want to paint that yet. I'm gonna spray this wood with some blue ink that'll make it look kind of dead. I guess I'm gonna paint this gold, this little armband or whatever. I don't know what I want to paint it. Excuse me, my allergies are killing me right now out of nowhere. So, but yeah, I'm just really right now just blocking in colors for this guy, and then I'll go back and start adding on all the extra washes and, you know, cool stuff. And alright, so let me just put this in here. I can't believe I totally skipped this whole cloth. Like, it's like you're painting miniatures and like you just skip a whole spot and come back like at the end of the miniature just looking at it like, bruh, it's right in your face, and just miss it totally. It happens every time I paint. But yeah, I'm planning on playing the Eshin list. All ninjas, Master Splinter. It's gonna be some butt kicking, ninja star throwing, teleporting around the board, trying to end you before the end of turn 2, in your face, in the place. No games are being played, even though it'll probably be the exact opposite, because that's using my luck with saying that you're going to end someone by turn 2, and then I roll all shit dice and things start to happen. But we will see how things go. Man. Gonna have to go back and repaint that. Still gotta paint these. Paint these white straps. It sucks. I hate white straps. It is tedious tasking. Ooh. Oh no. Touch the green. Jeez. It's kind of hard to get that area. But you know, they're happy mistakes. Sorry if my head's in the way. I'm trying to can't see this bad boy very well. And trying my hardest not to touch this cape. It's a very bad position to be in. Damn. Oh, there's still a whole cord. No. No. And white just clogs up all of your brushes. It's the worst. And you gotta like keep cleaning them. I hate white. Just because it's, you know, there's certain colors that just gum up your whole... It's something about white. I don't know what it is. And certain other colors. I know like bronze and gold and all those do too, because they're just thicker paints. But like, it doesn't matter how much you thin certain colors down, they just do not like to thin down. For some reason, I don't know why. Or maybe it's just the paint I'm using. Because I'm using this cheap white. It's probably because it's cheap white. Like, I could probably use this palette witch flesh or this white scar, but it's like I'd rather use the cheap stuff. Sometimes, not all the time. Sometimes you gotta use the good paint for certain stuff. But if I could get away with the cheap paint, man, I ain't gonna paint no whole model with some Walmart paint, but I will use it. Oh yeah, I will use it. Thanks, I appreciate that, Jade. You are awesome. I'm just trying to, I mean, it's like some stuff that I'm kind of like about, but you know, like, I'm really just experimenting right now because I really don't know. I know the armor and stuff is gonna have to be painted and kind of brightened up, and I might get the airbrush involved here soon and just do some cool stuff, block off some colors. But like, yeah, for the most part, it's, you know, the straps are gonna have to all be like lightened up, and I'm gonna have to use, you know, some stuff. But I like the way it's turning out though. It looks very weird until you start blocking in all the colors, you know. So, man, what do you want? What do you want from me? I'm turning this off. Jesus. Oh man, my nose. It's like, why are you doing this to me right now? Why are you doing this to me now? Dang, we 3 hours in? Why y'all ain't tell me we 3 hours in? It's 12 o'clock midnight. Oh, we're already 3 hours in. What the hell? Where'd the time go? What is going on? What? Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise. I'm gonna have to use some Lamy and medium on this bad boy. There's a little bit of this crap on here. It's been fun. Are you saying like it's been fun, like you're laughing at me, Jade? You're laughing at my stream? Jade is picking on my stream. I know it. Not at all. It's fun. So time went quickly. Oh, cool. I'm glad. This was not an habitual time waster. I am satisfied. Happy that you guys came in for sure. Because honestly, I was real on the fence. Like, you know, if I was going to stream, because I'm like, man, this is kind of, it's crazy that I'm gonna have to jump on here with all the stuff going on. It's just been it's been hard to focus on, you know, just anything really, you know. It's been one of those weeks, man. One of those weeks that's just been hard. But I was like, you know, it's one of those things where sometimes you just gotta do some stuff to take your mind off stuff, you know. I don't know why I painted this color. I think I was supposed to use another color to brighten this up. Could not be right with this color. This does not make any sense. I don't know if I should have painted it that. I don't think I should have painted it this. This may not be good. I don't know about that one. I don't know if I should have painted it that. I could not tell you. I don't know. So I absolutely understand that. Yeah, man, it's been crazy, man. But it's been cool, like trying to, you know, at least, you know, family's there more often and everybody is coming together for, you know, like a certain cause, and that just makes everything better. And everybody's like trying to stay connected, and so that's always good. It's always good to have that. And yeah, I'm gonna end up hitting this bad boy with the friggin' airbrush. I'm gonna have to. There's no way I can't. The friggin' airbrush, man. It's gonna happen. I gotta mix some paints. trying to add like these colors. It's a terrible blend. Terrible. But I'm trying. Absolutely understand that 100%. Yes. It's a terrible blend. Terrible. It's a terrible blend. You think you're good? It's terrible. It's a terrible blend. But he still tries. I think, like, honestly, if the blends don't work out, like, which these colors all match together, they're all perfect for the blend, but it's like this spot that I'm doing it in is like I'm just messing around with like some of the shades. I'd honestly rather just go in with like the airbrush and just do this part, honestly. And just kind of. But blending and stuff is something I can do very well if I'm like messing around with it for a long time. It's just hard. It's hard to, you got to keep mixing paints, and it's time consuming. It's very time consuming. But I don't want all these surfaces to look flat either, and they're gonna have a little bit of pop to them. But yeah, definitely these some of these will definitely be hit with the airbrush 100%. And then I can just use my stuff to block it off. Oh yeah, yeah, blending is whew. I'm nowhere near where I need to be blending. But it's fun to play with. It's fun to try it out, and a lot of cool techniques. Like I think the what is it, I forget what the technique is called, wet brush, or yeah, blending is difficult. It's very difficult, but you just mess around with it and you just practice. Like, you know, you could just grab a piece of a miniature and just practice it, you know, like till you get really good at it. But it's an acquired skill for sure. Yeah, I've always tried to like mess around with it a little bit here and there, but man, just watching some of the pros do it, they just effortlessly just glide with the brush. Like how? It's crazy. It's ridiculous. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Where is my silver? Silver! Silver! That boy on SpongeBob said, evil! Evil! Barnacle boy? Evil! Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. And then I guess I'll be taking silver and chrome and putting silver and chrome on this little chess piece. And seriously though, you're doing awesome. I'm paying attention so I can learn. Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm trying to really, like gauge what I want to do with it, because I have no idea. This is like the first Skaven I painted, and so I'm thinking what I want to do, because I gotta just show you the style of Skaven. So you have this guy, and then it's like he's got a bunch of armor on him, but then you have the more primitive guys, and these ogres are more primitive in the sense that like they're carrying trees and shit, and this one's got like a blade for an arm, and he's all skin and maybe a toga with underwear, and then he's got like a skull. Oops, my bad. He's got a skull there. Probably looks like a piece of charcoal on your screen, but yeah, he's like got a skull there, and he's got a bunch of boils on his skin, with a blade arm and bandages and stuff like that. So with these guys, I'm like, well, their skin is gonna have to be like blended with like some airbrush crap. Like this guy has a tree, and they got spikes on them, and they're not gonna be able to be painted the same way as the bombardiers. These guys are more primitive. They're and I have bases for them, so their skin is gonna be all like nasty and like pinkish, like gross boils you could see on their body, or are gonna have to be painted individually, like, because there's just so much detail, or they'll have to be like dry brushed to where you can see the highlighted tips will be like nasty white boils. So I don't know how I want to do the skin, but I've seen another guy paint it, and it was absolutely phenomenal how he did his rat ogres, and I was blown away by I was blown away. We'll just say that. I was blown away by how he did his paint scheme with the skin. The skin was just amazing. So he's got a tutorial where he shows you exactly how to do it, and I'm probably going to end up stealing his tutorial because, you know, as humans, that's how we learn, is by copying. I don't like to take people's stuff, but if I have no idea what to do and it's my first time around the block, surely I'll probably take somebody's paint scheme maybe once or twice. And then once I kind of know what I'm doing, because I'm terrible with skin, you know, I try my best. I mean, like, I cheat with the airbrush a lot when I do base coats, and I batch paint a lot. So you'll see my armies where whenever I'm trying to get an army done really, really fast, you know, all these guys were airbrushed in a day. All their skin painted green in a day. I took the airbrush and I mixed a bunch of green and yellow paint to come up with like a lighter skin color. Every single one of them got airbrushed green in one day. And I did like maybe 35 of these guys, maybe 40, something like that. And if you notice this wood that's on him, like you see this little owl that's on him, all these guys are primitive. So I took other kits and put miniatures from other kits on there. So the wood is actually green stuff, and I crafted their armor to look like wood. So like their vehicles are not, they have technology, but all of their stuff is has to do with the woodlands, and you know, their armor has like branches and stuff coming off of it. So the theme with theirs is just going to be very like, you know, they want to go back to their old ways, but they have to use technology. But yeah, all those guys got painted in a day because I was like, man, I don't have time to be doing all that base coating. So I did it, and then I had to go back and paint white on the armor plate, the leather straps and all the stuff, which is tedious. But the amount of time I saved just doing that base coat was just, it saved me a lot of time. So that's why I absolutely love the airbrush. And I tell everybody, if you gonna start painting, make sure you get you an airbrush. You will love yourself after how much time you ended up saving. I definitely want to hit this cloth with a wash. I'm not sure which kind of wash I want to use. Maybe Dracenoff Nightshade. Maybe I had another one up here. I don't remember what it was called. Dracenoff Nightshade. Or I don't know. Man, I don't even see it. I had a blue shade that I was shading stuff with, but I don't see it nowheres. I gotta reorganize my paints, man. My paint table looks atrocious. Can't find nothing. Cause it's like a lot of times you get to mixing paints up and then you just forget where it's at. I don't know if this blue is gonna do it any justice, but I could try it out. I don't know. I had a freaking blue. What is that stuff called? Or is it a green? I don't know. Let me think on that. I'm gonna hold off on the wash until I gotta look something up about that, because I don't know if I want to hit that with a wash yet. could do the gray with the silver, but I'm just at this point I'm just like, nah. I'll just make this a nasty, grungy silver. And this chainmail is just gonna get painted chainmail, because I don't want to do the blending stuff, but I should. Jade, who is your favorite band? I want to know what everyone's favorite band is. Everyone has to have a favorite band. That is a hard question. That's an easy question. You should, as soon as you say the word band, it should just be one that just pops off. It's a no-brainer. That actually is a really hard question though. There's so many good bands. It's almost like that's a stressful question. That's like you could have somebody at gunpoint and be like, "All right, I'm gonna kill you, but first you gotta tell me what your favorite band is right now. You got 2 seconds." You be like, "Oh no," you get shot. You probably get shot. You be dead. They be on the news. News reporter be on the news like their life could have been spared if they just knew what their band was in the first 2 seconds. He said, "I think I have one for every mood." I know, see? Yeah. There's too many good ones. There's too many good ones. You would get shot trying to literally think to tell a robber or a kidnapper you have 2 seconds to save your life. Who's your favorite band? I mean, that's the same scenario. Same scenario with the Velociraptor. It's not happening, dude. Just shoot me. I'm done. Like, and it'd be crazy because the person that's gonna shoot you be sitting there thinking like, damn, I couldn't even answer that question. Like, I'm glad it was him, not me. Cause boy, I just made that one too hard. I'm really like super listening. I've been listening to a lot of, not like actually a lot, but just I've been like paying attention to their stuff for the last couple years. What is her name? It's I really like dude, what is her name? Well, I'm retarded. Megadeth. I love Megadeth. They're not like, some people would probably argue with you and be like, they're not. I mean, some people are like, yeah, they're awesome, they're great, and other people may be like, nah, that don't do it for me. But they got some really like, their songs, like some of their songs just like get stuck in my head, and that's like for metal. That's just the metal genre. I have like a lot of other bands I like too, different genres, reggae, whatever, you name it. But dude, like you listen to Metallica and a bunch of different stuff, like, and then you go and listen to Megadeth stuff, and like their singer's voice and stuff is so crazy. But I think it's really funny, like culturally, when people listen to music it's like let's say if you're white and you listen to rap, right? And you don't have a lot of black friends. So, but you listen to rap and you just appreciate it, right? When you go to a black community and you're a white person and you're saying, "Oh, this is my favorite rapper," depending on what's hot in the rap game, you know, your answer might be like, "Well, that's just something you like, but that's not really cool with all the black people and what all black people listen to," right? And then it's the same with white people. Like it might be a certain band that just turns everybody on. Like I find out for some reason all my friends love like Tool. Like everyone loves fucking Tool. Everybody. Schism. Anything that has to do with Tool. Most of my friends like secretly deeply love Tool. And so I'm like, Tool's a great band. Amazing band, as a matter of fact. I don't listen to them very often, but I think they're an amazing band for what I've heard. And I've actually listened to a lot of their stuff. Schism is actually one of my favorite songs. But it's it amazes me how I can go to like my white friends and be like, I really like Slipknot. And they're like, if you like Slipknot's like one of those bands that's like everyone liked them in the 90s, but they're just like, they're trash metal. Like we don't really listen to that. That's not hip. It's not like when you're a metal guy, you just come and then you go and look at the fan page of Slipknot and there's people that are absolutely like head over heels for Slipknot. You know what I'm saying? Like that's their band. And so it's kind of crazy to me, like growing up listening to, my dad is a musician. My dad's a jazz musician and he's played guitar forever. So I went to school for music. I grew up on music, just listening to everything. And my dad is his brother's a DJ and we just come from a very musical family. But just seeing, it's just always crazy to me going to different places and seeing people's taste in music. And how everyone either thought it was accepted or weird listening to my palette of music. Because they're always like, you listen to that? And I'm like, bro, you have no idea. I listen to everything. But then it's like, there's a lot of fad fans with music. Yeah. Like, they only listen to it when it's hot. And then it's like, all right, when that band takes too long to release some stuff, they're just like, or whatever, they're just like, oh, I'm on to the next thing. Yeah, I mean, I don't really, I go by like times in my life when things are happening. If I listen to a certain music, it becomes such a embedded thing that like I hear that song with everything I do, and it almost is like very difficult to get it out of my mind if it resonates with me. And so like that song will always come back up in certain situations. And it's like, then if I go outside and exercise or work out, I'm like, when I want to get pumped up and like want to, like be determined, it's like, oh, I'm going to listen to this type of music, which I'm sure everyone does. But I feel like it's weird because if you go and show somebody that you listen to that, they might not receive it well. Like, why are you listening to this? This is kind of weird. Like, your song for working out could be Britney Spears. But then people be like, why the hell you listen to Britney Spears every time you work out? It's like, bro, I can't explain it. It's just the way music is, man. So it becomes a part of you. Yeah, it's like almost like you could hear a song and just literally start tearing up and get emotional. Like, because you were at such a weird time in your life, like when you heard that song, that it's like no one understands it. But then you'll have people that are music fans that want to like, not like bash it, but they're just like, only this group of people listens to this type of music. Like for instance, when I grew up, when a couple of my friends that were white put me on certain music that they like, at first I was kind of like, I don't like screamo stuff or whatever. But then one time he put on this Korn song. Korn's one of my favorite bands of all time. Not because they're the best band or they're good. I like the fact that they add elements of hip hop to their metal, and it's called nu metal, which I'm sure you're familiar with. They invented nu metal. That's like their genre of music. But just so many cool artists. Ice Cube, you know, have been on Korn albums. And when I was going through a very depressing time in my life, that like Korn music helped me out a lot. And so like going back and listening to the stuff now, it's very sad music because the stuff that happened to him when he was young. But I look at all that stuff now and I'm just like, there's some communities that I told, you know, Korn is awesome. Some people that I told, and like in their mind, they're just like, man, Korn sucks. It's not like, and I'm like, bro, anyone can say that with anything, but have you actually really truly listened to the music though? Like Korn's got some fucking bangers, man. I don't know what planet you're on, but they wouldn't have got as big as they got if they didn't have some bangers. Now I do agree, some of their albums that they came out with in these last couple years have been a little different, but they've always kept true to what they're talking about and, you know, doing. But I had similar situations that happened to him happen to me in a lot of ways, and that's why I relate to him a lot. Not as bad as him. He definitely had it worse than me. But boy, when I heard that Freak on a Leash and that Falling Away From Me and all that stuff, I was like, and you know, we're wearing Jinko jeans and shit because, you know, I'm kind of a weird black guy in the sense that I grew up skateboarding and stuff like that with a bunch of different people, and you know, nowadays that's kind of normal because you have so many interminglings with mixed kids and whatever. But back in those times, if you wore Jinkos and shit and you skated, you were like, my cousins rode bikes and stuff, but a lot of people was like, man, you need to take that shit off. And I'm like, no. So it was just, yeah, them Jinkos, boy, and them, those, what are they called? They had one called, it had like a kangaroo on the back with punching gloves. Can't remember what they're called. Dungaroos or something, I don't know. But they were like trying to be like Jinko. Man, we had some good ass fucking times, man. But a lot of times my excuse was that I could get away with shit was, well, my dad's a jazz musician. My dad plays guitar, so I don't care what you say. Like, when you come over my house and you see my dad jamming on the guitar, you're gonna want to wish you were playing the guitar, and they always did. So I never really caught flack from some of my friends, but I was definitely like, you know, how's it cool? You never really saw that many people playing guitar either that were, you know, and so I'm like, it was just kind of funny just growing. It was strange. It wasn't strange, but it was like, I got to see both sides of it, and so it just makes everything that much better. But learning to accept that, like, some people just are very closed-minded and they don't see outside of their own race. It's sad when you look back at it and you're just like, man, I was getting a lot of shit for things that people actually accept nowadays. Like, they think it's cool now, but back in the day, they were like, why are you doing this shit? And I'm like, bruh, you can be yourself. You know, like, if you don't want to be who you are, you can be yourself. And people just was trying to be so cool with other people until they found out that was not that cool. And some of them kids, man, just funny observations, man. It isn't anything that's like that ever like bothers me when it happened, but it was always just like I was just always interested in why people thought the way they thought. I'd be like, man, it's cool to not like something, but just not like it because somebody enjoys it was always stupid to me. And I used to get all kinds of shit for nothing. And then somebody would see me do a kickflip on a skateboard, and then they would want to learn how to skateboard. And I was like, nah, 5 minutes ago, my Jinko jeans and my little necklace was not cool. But now, all of a sudden, that you see I can jump off this porch with my skateboard, Now I'm a cool guy, huh? But yeah, I never got bullied or nothing like that. It wasn't like a, but it was almost like a, well, we're trying to talk you out of the things you like. And you know me, if you know Scorpios, we ain't budging. I'll never let anybody tell me that ever. You better off. You better off just joining me with what I'm doing before I end up doing something like that. Because I'm just gonna keep coming at you with the same stuff. But it's funny. It's just funny to me how people's minds are so fixated on like trying to be like everybody and try to be cool, and not everyone, but it's, I feel like when I'm you said it's super sad. I grew up in Alabama and the client there was just ridiculous around anything considered other. Yeah, and in Alabama a lot is considered other for absolutely stupid reasons, right? And yeah, you live in Alabama. That's one of them states like you're gonna catch a lot of racists that live there. It's gonna be, especially for black people, it's not gonna be accepted in all facets. And I know for a fact because I got people that live there. But I also know that yeah, it's just stupid anywhere you go. Like for so long, man, I just had certain friends I couldn't mingle together because I was like, man, we're all cool and I'm all accepting of everybody, but y'all are not gonna handle some of this well, so I'll just hang with y'all when it's right. And if I bring y'all around and y'all start acting stupid, I'm gonna clown both of y'all. But yeah, it's always a funny dynamic that's like so stupid that should just not even be a thing. And I just never saw it, man. It never really bothered me ever. Like, people get so bent out of shape about stupid shit, and I'd be like, bruh, I'm having fun. Are you having fun? Like, I don't care. But yeah, it's hilarious, man. So yeah, I'm going back and just painting all the little silver facets. And then once this is, I could go back and just really do the full paint of these and come back, but they're really just for like looks and stuff. I usually do this like towards the end, but since I'm gonna be washing a lot of this, I will just go ahead and do it now. But yeah, just painting some of these. I mean, I guess this little thing will be metal too, so I'll paint this. Just a little spike ball, and then I'll go back and paint the straps brown. Oops. Just absolutely hit that strap silver. Now I'm getting delusional. It gets to that point in the night where you start like painting stuff the same color. The delusional phase of painting. Let me see here. That's not. And then let me see here. Sorry if my head's in the camera. I'm trying to. This thing is kind of janky. So those silver bits are really making everything pop. Yeah, it's cool. Like, I think like doing silver and gold, there's a actual way you can paint with like yellow paints and different like brown and bronze and ochre color paints to make it look more of a pop. And you can do some cool stuff like blending techniques that make your stuff really, really pop. But man, the amount of time it takes to blend all that stuff, and I'm just like not pro, and like this is easier. And then because none of that really matters, because I'm just going to hit wash with it and kind of make it grungy, there's absolutely no reason to even do any of that blending. So I'm just like, well, if I was painting Slanesh or something where their army prides himself on gold, or Stormcast Eternals, then yeah, I might reconsider. But this is like dirty ass sewer rats that are, it doesn't need to be that clean. So a lot of this stuff will be hit with some Riser Rust and some Typhus Corrosion, and we're gonna call it a day. It's gonna look so disgusting. But yeah, I'm glad that I filled out a lot of the colors, because some of the stuff was not looking right, and I still have to paint this little armband thing. But yeah, then all these like little spots, these will be hit with different greens. The mace, I'll go back and hit this tabard with like a lighter blue and different stuff. Try not to hit the fur. But yeah, he's looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. I gotta go back and paint these nails. Actually, I can probably just do that now. I probably should use a darker color. But all these nails are usually base coated in brown. He looks awesome. Thank you. Yeah, it's just, it's tedious, man. Painting is so fun, but it can get tedious, but for good reason. And brown, pretty much, you start off with a base coat of brown on teeth and nails, and then you kind of follow it up with like a lighter. You follow it up with like a lighter color and just kind of work your way up, and then it starts to really pop. But it's or you could just use Skeleton Horde, like I was saying before, is use contrast. But you know, they'll look a lot dirtier if you actually go with a brown first base coat. Oh. And I'm missing spots again. Not good. Clean my brush. This brush is going straight to Hades, because it's not, it ain't holding the paint like it was. But it's kind of, running out of paint. No. So yeah, you start off with a brown. I'm probably gonna have to hit this pink again too on his feet, and that pink is actually brown too. It's, you can make, you know, obviously pink can be made out of brown because it's the same color hue. But if you just take a little bit of white and add it to like a brown like this, and just keep mixing it lighter and lighter with more white, it'll eventually just turn into pink. And you can just make that as like a liquid and put it right on the rat's feet, and it looks just like the pink. You don't even really have to blend it. You just have to make it super thin, so that way it's like a water, and just put it on his feet, and it'll go right over just like real feet, which I stole from somebody too. But yeah, if you want to know the color, it's Mournfang brown, and you pretty much just need white paint, a little bit of like a little bit of ivory paint or something like that, something white or beige color paint, and just mix it with some what is it called? This glazed medium. Glazed medium is awesome because it turns your paint really, 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 really thin, and it almost becomes like a top coat for something. So like glazing is good for like guts. Like let's say if you're painting like a monster's guts, and let's say his intestines are purple, and you want to have like a bloody red look to it, you can take a red paint and then mix it with some glazed medium and put that over top of the purple, and it'll actually look like wet guts, you know what I'm saying, that are actually like have like a reddish tone to them, and it just pops really good. So glazes can completely help you blend colors together just by using thin amounts of paint. Very little effort. But yeah, these feet have been through some things because they've been stuck to all types of surfaces. I even think I popped a nail on one of these. This nail is gone. Jeez Louise. But you're not gonna see that in the grand scheme of things. So but yep, you start with brown, and then you just progressively take like a whiter you take this palette witch flesh. This is like a beige white, and then you just start striping down the nails from like the middle of the nail and go in like kind of like stripe patterns, and then you come back with a fully white and then stripe it down even lower than that, and it'll look like brown nails fading to beige to all the way white. And it's so tiny and subtle that you can't really see it. Like you can notice it blending, but to the eye, you don't really have to blend it in that much. It just does it itself almost. But yeah, teeth are the same way. Like if you take brown, I always start with a brown, like a dark brown. And his teeth right here are already white, but I didn't paint these. This was just the white paint from the primer. So I would paint these teeth brown and then start from the middle of the tooth with a beige, go down, stripe it really, really thin with like a glaze, and then go back with a white glaze and do the very tips of his teeth. And it'll look like his teeth is going from like a brown to like, like dirty teeth, like dirty rat teeth. But I usually like doing that towards the end, and that be it for real. But I just can't wait to put the crummy stuff on his chest mail. That'll be really fun. I mean, these guys are popping out of the ground with these hammers and hitting people like, hello. They dirty as hell. Okay, my AirPods or little earbuds are dying here. They're dying, man. They're freaking dying. 3 freaking hours. Man, they lasted. Boy, did they last. But yeah, it get real crazy. There's also another strap here I can't see. It's going across the bottom of this. I'm actually gonna have to go back and repaint that part now. This little strap is gonna have to be repainted. I could have swore I didn't touch that, but now since I'm getting tired anything can happen. And I got one more strap. This bomb right here. Too much paint. And I think that is just about the gist of that. I find myself, I'm pretty sure most miniature painters do this, but they hold their breath while they're painting a certain area. I know I do. Cause boy, I'm like, I am not trying to repaint that. What the hell was that? Okay, now the table's starting to move. I thought that was an ant crawling on the table, but it was clearly not. My eyes are tripping now. What the hell? Dude, I had the worst dream. I have to tell you, before you go, I know you've been in here for 3 hours. And before I go, I have to tell somebody about this dream. But I will read your statement first. It says, I have to find my way to sleep. Got to be up in 3 hours. Oh my God, I'm sorry. This is a ton of fun, and I might just break out the minis and paint soon. Heck yeah, man. And then post them in chat. But yeah, we'll save that story. We'll save it. We'll save it for next time, and I'll let you know what's going on. But because I can't forget this dream at all, but it was crazy. It was really crazy. But yeah, I've been actually telling everybody about it. But I get a lot of my story-based driven stuff from like these vivid, like crazy dreams I have, man. But yeah. I woke up this morning like sweating, like what is going on? But yeah, it might turn into something because I've already had another dream just like that, very vivid, and I'm like, dude, I could be a millionaire right now if I write this story, but I just don't know how to do character development very well. But I definitely want to start looking at my options because it could be a very cool story. But anywho, yeah, definitely. Thanks for coming and chilling with me. Thanks for everybody that tuned in. Appreciate all the likes and love and stuff. Oh yeah, said do it. Just start writing and get it done. Yeah, that's what I gotta do. Just start pinning stuff down on paper. But yep, thank you for coming and tuning into the stream, man. I appreciate it. I guess I'll get off too, but you guys see the ogre. We'll zoom in real quick one more time for everybody if someone comes in and looks at this afterwards. We painted straps. We painted silver. We painted blue on the stuff. We did the nails that are not done. We did wood on the canister. Painted the weapons. Did wood on top of the stock. We painted the silver bombs. The little bombs on the back. The wire is still going to be painted. We painted his tongue pink, which is still not done. I got to highlight it. All the crystals and gems have to be highlighted. Airbrush has to happen, and rust effects have to happen. So this is my rat as of right now. He will be in the Skaven army as a Uthi. Thank you. I appreciate the follow. What is up? Yeah, so this is my rat. He is basically going to be in my Skaven Eshin army as one of my 4 rat ogres. See ya, Jade. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. Uthi, I appreciate it for joining in the channel. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and head out now. It's been an awesome stream. If you missed it, go back and check out the painting and stuff. We had some funny, cool conversations too. I stream on Sundays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So definitely check out my schedule on my Twitch page. Like I said, we are doing the month of September LNL Society blood cancer awareness for all of month of September. So if you hit ! donate, you can donate to my fundraiser. Even if you just donate $1, it helps out a child in need for cancer research. I appreciate everybody that's donated and all the donations that have came to the channel and everybody that's liked the stream. You guys have made this stream awesome tonight. I appreciate it. Thanks for getting me back into painting. Been a very stressful week, but we will get through it together. So thank you guys. I hope you have a good night, man. Come back and see me sometime, man. We're going to be playing some games on Friday. I'll probably get my son involved. We'll probably jump on some shooting games and, you know, mess around on tabletop and also, you know, play some competitive stuff. So see you guys next time. Check out my paint streams on Wednesdays. And you guys have a good night, man. Peace.